Senate Finance Committee. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll?
Senator Womack.
Here.
Here. Senator Cloud. Senator Boudreaux. Here. Senator Edmonds. Here. Senator Fazy. Here. Senator Fields. Senator Harris. Here. Senator Jackson Andrews. Senator Miguez. Senator Presley. Here. Senator Stein. We have 6 present.
Okay, thank you. A few announcements first. This morning, please silence your cell phones. If you must take a call, please step outside the committee room. If you wish to give testimony, fill out a witness card, completely sign it, hand it to the Sergeant of Arms. Your signature is affirmation that the testimony you give is true. Please be aware that the personal information you give on this card is subject to disclosure. Green cards are for support, red cards are for opposition, white cards are for informational purposes only, and blue cards are for certified designees of elected officials. Room E is for an overflow room. That's available if you need it. We want to welcome everybody to the Finance Committee this morning. It's public testimony on the fiscal year 25 budget. In order for everyone to have a chance to be heard, I would ask that if you are part of a group, please designate one group leader. And if there are multiple speakers, please limit your comments and try not to be repetitive. We will call up 3 individuals at a time. Once at the table, please state your name and give testimony, each one. Okay, our first group will be early childhood education. Yvonne Crummins, Elevate Louisiana, is here, did not wish to speak. Julie Stokes, Stokes, Elevate Louisiana, present, would like to speak. You can come forward, please. We'll have the Child Advocacy Services next. That'll be Robert Carlisle. With the Child Advocacy Services, Christy Mitchell with Louisiana Alliance of Children Advocacy. Also, go ahead, Julie.
Thank you, committee, senators. Hello.
You there?
Thank you, senators. It's good to be here today. I'm Julie Stokes. I'm here representing Elevate Louisiana, and just here to say extremely briefly about early childhood education. If anything, we should be increasing what we're doing for early childhood education. You know, I mean, it was just so encouraging that the governor and the House left what was, you know, from last year in the budget. And if at all possible, and I'm hoping that it is possible, that we can get that money back in there and restore early childhood funds to what they were last year. This is an economic development issue because it's a workforce issue. It's a child issue. You know, we're talking about children that don't have the same advantages as many of us, you know, have to get a good start on their education. So I can't say enough, and I know y'all have heard it all ad nauseum. I understand. So I'm not going to belabor it, but I'm just another voice, you know, up here to say, please restore the funding. It means so much to so many people, and it sends the right message to our people that we really, really care about them, and we want to see them lifted up. So I won't belabor it. I know y'all probably have a long list of people, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Robert Carlisle.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, leaders and senators. I'm here on behalf of, my name is Robert Carlisle, and I'm here on behalf of Child Advocacy Services. We're a nonprofit providing a children's advocacy center, and we're one of 14 centers in Louisiana serving 10 parishes. We have 4 sites. We interview children who are disclosing sexual assault, and we provide services directly tied to those incidents as they come through for law enforcement, district attorneys' offices. We provide mental health services, prevention education in communities. We're asking to be restored. We are properly placed in House Bill 1, but we're asking for your consideration in continuing some supplemental funding to our centers statewide.
Good morning. I am Crystal Mitchell, Executive Director for the Louisiana Alliance of Children's Advocacy Centers. There are 14 different CACs across the state that serve kids who've been sexually or physically abused, have been a witness to a violent crime. And so we are so very thankful to our governor for including us in the House Bill 1 for $1.5 million, and we're asking, as Mr. Robb stated, to be included for another $1.5 in states' supplemental funding. And this is because we have a crisis when it comes to VOCA funding. This is the Victims Against Crime Act, in which this is something that, of course, is happening across the nation. And so in the state of Louisiana specifically, there's a 42% reduction in the allocation that will be received. And so this means for each of the centers, 30 to 45% of their annual budgets will be cut as a result of this. And so we're asking our state to help us out when it comes to supplemental funding. And now we have Mr. Thomas Mitchell, who will talk a little bit to you all as well about his center. And we have some packets as well that we would like to pass out to you.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I think you have my card, Senator Womack. Is that right? It's Thomas Mitchell. I represent Children's Advocacy Center Hope House, serving the 22nd Judicial District. And as Ms. Mitchell stated, the cuts with VOCA and those cuts are going to be very detrimental to our ability to continue and maintain the high degree of fidelity that we have towards getting justice and recovery for kids. Children's Advocacy Centers, there's 15 of us across the state. In each of your districts, there's a representative Children's Advocacy Center. The police bring kids to those CACs to collect vital forensic evidence. There's been a lot of studies that show that when Children's Advocacy Center model is used, it results in double the amount of felony prosecutions as opposed to districts not utilizing CACs. So if you have any kids, grandkids, nephews, nieces in your lives, those kids are safer because of the work of Children's Advocacy Centers, because perpetrators are held accountable and charged appropriately, and that vital forensic evidence is used to hold them accountable and get kids justice. Last year in St. Tammany and Washington parishes, we had 491 kids that were victims of sexual abuse, physical abuse, trafficking. So this is really a vital cause, and this 1.5 additional million would really restore and maintain fidelity to our model and continuity of care.
Okay, Senator Cloud.
Just if the money doesn't get restored, what would be the realistic impacts?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Realistically, what it looks like is some of the centers will have to lay off staff members.
How many have you projected? How many staff? Will
Up to 15.
And what's your total across the state?
It's 161 personnel across the state.
And you expect that you'd have to lay off about 15, and you would from the $1.5 million cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what other impacts do you expect?
Of course, when you think about serving the rural and underserved populations, we have several of our centers who have open satellite offices, and because of these, we wouldn't be able to provide the continuum of care in those smaller locations or those rural areas.
I'm going to be quick because we have some. Do you expect some of the satellite offices to have to be closed?
I know at least one for right now. Mm-hmm.
So right now, because of the cuts, you expect to have to lay off about 15
yes, ma'am.
people out of 161,
yes, ma'am.
And at least one satellite office to be shuttered.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
have you found which satellite office that would be?
I have.
Which one?
It's Hearts of Hope CAC, and they are in Lafayette, so their office would be the Opelousas office.
So the Opelousas office. Where's the next closest office?
It's in Franklinton. Franklinton.
Is there in Rapides Parish? Is there?
There's one. It's Child Advocacy Network. They're in Alexandria.
And what about in Avoyelles Parish?
No, ma'am.
No. So it would be Franklinton or Rapides Parish? And then to the west? What is that?
They would have either Lake Charles or it would be Child Advocacy Services to the south.
Okay. Any other fallouts?
And of course, just the reduction in the number of services that are being able to be provided because of this. And I think Mr. Thomas has some as well.
Senator Clouden, that was a great question. And while we might not close our Bogalusa satellite office, I can certainly attest that the hours would be reduced. And I think that holds true universally across our state, is that for several of our satellite offices, our hours would be reduced, which is ultimately providing less services and inhibited framework of our care. That's our struggle.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Boudreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you said the Hearts of Hope in Lafayette would close. And what was the...
Satellite office that's in Opelousas. Their satellite office.
So let me make sure I'm clear. So then you said those clients would go where?
So they would have to travel to either the center that's in Lafayette, or they'll have to go up to Alexandria, depending on where they're living, but depending on where they're situated.
And the decision was based on what factors?
The reduction of, the cost when it comes to being able to have the upkeep of the building and things of that nature, the rent, utilities, and all of that. That's the reason as to why they're not going to be able to sustain.
Yeah, and thank you for providing that information, because it is important to know where. I guess where I'm headed is when we look at the volume, when we look at, this is you all, some of this is mandated by law that we have to provide things, and I'm not clear as to a decision if the funding is not restored, a decision on where people have to go. It seems like it's already been made, and I'm trying to see how, how did that one get put on the list, and what criteria was used to determine that the Opelousas satellite office would close, but others throughout the state would stay open.
Right, so that's basically depending upon that actual center. So, and what their capabilities of being able to sustain the services that they have in their local areas that they serve. So basically, it was a decision that was made, like I said, with the board of directors of that center as well as with the executive director.
Yeah, and I would hope that we would be able to restore that funding so we don't get to that point, because I don't think we should have winners and losers in this when we're talking about the crimes that we face. So, this is the beginning of the process, and thank you for being here today and for providing that information. But it's my hope that we can fund it where we don't have to make these decisions that'll leave some areas, and the satellites were put there for a reason.
Yes.
And to remove those, I think, is unwinding the clock. So thank you for that, and more to come.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Senator Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. And I just want to say thank you so very much for the work that you do each and every day. It is vitally needed for those who don't have a voice. Of our most vulnerable population, I believe that the children are them. And so I really do appreciate the work. I'm looking at, and I finally found where the satellite offices are indicated. So Baton Rouge office look like maybe 4 parishes.
Yes, ma'am.
It's hard for you to read them. Can you tell me which parishes are served by Baton Rouge?
So it is East Baton Rouge, West Baton Rouge, Point Capee. Is that and I believe that's about it. And of course, just the Baton Rouge area.
Okay, that's 3. What area do we serve? Livingston?
Yes, ma'am. Child Advocacy Services, we provide the CAC Center in Denham Springs for Livingston Parish.
Oh, so it's in Denham Springs. So that is one of the satellite offices.
Yes. And for us, we are one CAC program with 4 separate sites and teams. So we have not really discovered how or what effects would happen in the result of a fiscal loss. We're going to the wall and up to where we need to be to figure that out. So we can't predictively say at this point because we just don't know.
And so I think I heard you say that if you don't receive the funding, it's going to be probably a cut across the board. I mean, there are going to be satellite offices that are going to close. And I don't think I heard you mention any of these, Denham, Gonzales, or St. Francisville.
Correct. And those are all our sites that we service.
But they probably will see a cut.
We will, but we don't know if it would be a cut in a specific site or in capacity as far as a staff member serving that site.
So normally, how many persons work at each site? I think I heard 161 employees, correct?
For Child Advocacy Services, each 4 sites has a team of 3 that comprise of a forensic interviewer, a family services, a family advocate, as well as either a prevention or a mental health provider for counseling for those trauma-specific services that are needed.
So each one of those positions are extremely important.
Very vulnerable
Yes.
in a cut, but most vital, and vital to outlying services like law enforcement and our district attorney's offices who depend on those. So in a deficit-based scenario, it would probably rely back on their services, would have to come forward a little bit more than normal.
So you guys are often brought into law enforcement to look at prosecuting certain cases?
All of them, by statute, in Title VII, the Children's Code, we're involved with the district attorney's office, those investigations for law enforcement on children who witness any violent crimes or experience any sexual assaults or violent crimes. Yes.
Well, certainly the work that you guys provide is extremely important, and I know we need to do everything possible to make sure we fund you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Before we take another question, is there any other funding sources that y'all depend on or y'all have available?
So each of the sites are, of course, very different, but most of the time it's, of course, grants that they depend heavily on. But like I said, that important funding source is the VOCA funding because, of course, it's for service providers, for their salaries, for their travel, for things of that nature. I know that some of the centers also receive Children's Trust Funds funding. They also may receive, and I think that they can kind of talk a little bit more to some other funding sources that you all receive as well.
We have a variety of private, public resources. We do fundraisings as nonprofits. We try to leverage as many dollars as we can. We believe being as diversified as we can is going to help us more efficiently serve. So we don't want to rely on any one funding. But in situations like what Ms. Crystal's talking about, a 42% deficit is going to cause us some changes from that federal VOCA source.
So some of this has been federal funding that's been cut?
Yes.
Not
sir.
state funding?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
It's
I
federal.
can expound on that. The Federal Victims of Crime Act provides funding to victim service organizations. However, those are no tax dollars. Those are perpetrator-assessed fees at the federal level. Whenever perpetrators pay fines, that goes into a big pot, and it's often distributed. I can give you a very real-life, pragmatic glimpse. In April of 2024, last month, we had 52 children walk through the doors of Hope House. Those are all criminal investigations related to sexual assault of those kids, physical abuse, trafficking. And it cost us $2,000 for every time a victim walks through the door to provide forensic interviewing. So that's $140,000, and approximately 20% of that comes from VOCA that we make up, and the rest is private partner donations, fundraising activities, bail bonds fees, and other various mechanisms. Yeah.
Okay. When we look at something like this in the areas, we know we got a lot of programs out there. Do you feel like there's no duplication of services crossing over here that y'all kind of one and done advocacy group?
Yes, sir. We're the only legally authorized and mandated response centers in the state of Louisiana to collect this vital forensic evidence that's used in prosecutions.
Okay.
And our prosecutorial efficacy rate in the 22nd Judicial District is 96.5%. So if a forensic interview is facilitated at Hope House, the perpetrator has less than a 4% chance if prosecuted to get off.
Okay, thank you. Senator Cloud?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what's your total budget
Our total budget for 2024 is 1.2 million.
for the whole state?
Oh, no, for just
No,
the Children's
The whole
Advocacy
state?
Well, that's a little differently how we have to do that. So the state funding that we receive at LACAC, that is then dispersed to all of the different CACs across the state. So to say that the budget that will be for the centers will be whatever we receive for state general funds.
What's
and so
in the
last year,
budget?
yeah, ma'am.
What's in the budget this year?
This
total?
year is 1.5 million. That's in House Bill 1. And so we're asking for 1.5 in supplemental funding so that we can receive the 3 million to kind of be able to balance the
So
budget.
generally, you get $3 million a year from the state. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am.
No.
Generally, no. 1.5 is what we received last year, and then the previous year we received $2 million the previous year, and so that's the highest that we've received from the state.
Okay. And did y'all, for the years before that, how did you operate? Still state appropriations?
So I can give you a breakdown of how the year. So in 2020, we received $750,000. In 2021, $1 million in state general funds. In 2022, $1 million in state general funds and $1 million in state supplemental. And in 2023, 1.5 in state general funding and $100,000 in state supplemental funding.
So 2020, was that the first year we started appropriating?
Yes,
I remember
ma'am.
that. We
Yes,
were here.
ma'am. And before
Yeah.
that, it was just, the VOCA grants that each of the centers received. And then, of course, their fundraising efforts, things of that nature. That's how they were able to sustain, even though we are, of course, mandated to exist.
Okay, and where was the, and this might be a staff question, was it cut in the original bill or cut in House appropriations?
And so we were included in House Bill 1 for the 1.5, and that was from the executive budget.
From the executive? Okay, and since 2020, how many more locations have y'all opened?
Yeah, so we opened 3 satellite offices. We were able to do that with the state, with the state funding, the increase that we received.
Okay, and the money that we send to you in state appropriations, do you use that for federal matches and federal drawdowns?
No, ma'am. That's specific to the salaries of each of the centers, the staff that's at the centers.
Okay, do you do something
Do you
different?
Yeah, for the state legislative funding that we receive, the state general funding, we apply a small percentage of that towards cash match for federal grants.
I'll just say this. I'm sorry. Each center is differently. It's different. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
about
that's
that.
okay. Yeah. Okay. I think Senator Presley has some questions.
Okay. Senator Presley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for the important work that you do. I'm a little bit familiar with the Gingerbread House up in Shreveport, and they truly do just remarkable work. And I think the partnership with law enforcement is so vital to making sure that our children are protected and that those perpetrators are being sentenced appropriately and convicted when they commit heinous crimes against children. My question is, as we've seen, more state dollars go in, have the number of interviews gone up? And kind of touch on that a little bit statewide.
Yes.
I would imagine it has.
It has, yes. So actually last year, 7,573 children walked through the doors of a CAC. Last year, in 2022, a little over 6,000 children walked through those doors.
So 1,500 person increase in a year.
Yes.
And then of those 1,500 additional, or generally speaking, the 7,500, how many are actually submitted for prosecution?
Oh, the vast majority of those are.
Yeah.
I would, and we're actually kind of still collecting data when it comes to the prosecution rates and all of that, but I can definitely tell you more than half of those have.
Sure.
Yes.
And as we've seen, the increase in prosecution and the additional interviews, I assume you're also seeing more folks being convicted of committing these heinous acts, correct?
Yes, I can definitely say that. Yes, sir.
We are, and Senator, I think the quality of care has increased. The collaborative effect that goes into those cases is
Right. So it's not just the prosecution side. That's one aspect, but also we're getting the children the help they need and the counseling they need in order to do more. Can you expand on that a little bit?
absolutely, because when they come in, actually, they're receiving not just the forensic interview, but they're getting their mental health needs addressed. They're getting family resources. So it's not just the child; it's the entire family as well.
Sure.
And then also, I can say when they are coming to the CAC, of course, we have of the 14 centers. We have 11 of them who are accredited through National Children's Alliance. That means that they are practicing best, they have best practices that they have within their center, and it's 10 rigorous standards that they have to definitely achieve when it comes to accreditation. And we have 3 who are working towards accreditation, and they should be accredited before the end of this year.
Very good. Mr. Mitchell, as far as Hope House, I know Gingerbread House has an expansive and extensive fundraising and local match dollars that go into these programs as well. I assume Hope House is similar in that regard.
Absolutely.
And really, if we were able to get more supplemental funding, it truly is a supplement to the budget, trying to get more folks to be able to be forensic interviewers, to be able to provide the services to kids that have been sexually assaulted, right?
Certainly. And you brought up a great point about the exponential increase in cases. In the year 2022, we served 331 forensics. In the year 2023, we served 473. So for us, that is so taxing on our staff. We need greater infrastructure. We need greater staff availability, and it really presents some very challenging scenarios. So this funding is really vital to reconcile that, but we do engage in a variety of fundraising activities.
And if additional dollars were allocated from the state budget, those fundraising opportunities and efforts would not be curbed. This would simply be a supplement to those efforts, right?
Certainly, and expand PTSD therapy. We out of the 7,000 plus kids that Ms. Mitchell noted, we know statistically that 67%, roughly 2/3, are going to have full diagnostic criteria met for post-traumatic stress disorder, just like military veterans. And we are the only licensed agency in all of St. Tammany Parish, 260,000 residents, to provide board-certified therapy. So right now, with our current limitations, we can only meet about 1/3 of those kids that walk through our doors.
And is that true for the other centers throughout the state as well?
It is. Our forensic interviews have grown exponentially. We've had a 55% annual growth, and we're now serving over 805 forensic interviews in children. 305 of those are from Livingston Parish. So it's grown. The need has grown, and therefore our capacity and our staff and our needs for infrastructure have grown as well.
Sure. Thank you very much for your testimony today, and thank you for the important work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Presley. Senator Fessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question is, with the 14 senators in each center, with the parishes they serve, are the parishes kicking in any money?
So that varies. I'll just say that.
Okay.
And I think y'all can kind of speak to what happens within your own parish, but I can definitely say that varies. Some of them are, and then some of them aren't. I'll say that.
Okay, I just, just kind of concerning that we can get the locals maybe on board to help out, because I can see this increasing over a period of time, the more the work y'all do and what the cost is. So I think that's something we need to approach is hopefully getting the locals, and then that way we can maybe put some kind of match together, from the state to the locals, just like we do with state to the feds.
Mm-hmm.
So just a thought.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the board's clear. Thank y'all for
Thank
coming
you.
in this
Thank you.
morning, for all you do. Okay. Okay, I think I have Ashley Jolly here, turned in a white card, would like to speak. Sonia Joseph as well. Christy Givens. And Braylon can be prepared to come up. Braylon Ramel.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Ashley Jolly. I'm here to speak to you guys about, personally, about House Bill 1 and how we desperately need those funds to be given back to us. I'm a child care director. I own an early learning center, and I started in 2018. This is my passion work. I'm actually a retired electrical engineer. And in my parish where I live, we only receive CCAP. We don't have early Head Start funds. We don't have any other supplemental funds. The parish doesn't match any other funds for people. So when I started my rates extremely cheap so I could get some families in the door and they could afford to work. And now I've tripled in size. Because of that, I was able to get them on child care assistance, which House Bill funds, get them in jobs, and now they are contributing to our community instead of just staying at home and not being able to contribute to the St. Bernard community, which is, I'm sure you guys have seen, has tripled so far recently, and I'm just proud to say that I was a part of that. In addition to being the only daycare center that was open during COVID-19, I also committed myself and my family to make sure that we committed to St. Bernard Parish, and I'm just asking for you guys to match that commitment with us. Please don't. I would hate to tell half my center that they couldn't return, but that's what that's going to mean for us in St. Bernard, because CCAP is the only funding that my parents with low income receive.
Okay, Senator Cloud.
Thank you. Not a question. I feel like I was going back and forth of, are we cutting or are they asking for additional revenue? And we've come to the conclusion that we're not. The state hasn't cut any funding. And I just want everybody that's listening to know that we started again what was testified to in 2020, and the state has repetitively increased the funding, except between last year. I think at some point with extra federal dollars, we had appropriated a little bit extra, but we haven't cut anything, and the current budget is not a reflection of cuts from the state. I think the conversation is centered around CAC, which we love what you all do, and we realize the asset you are in communities and families across the state. But what we're discussing now is an additional appropriation, maybe in an effort to federal cuts maybe looming, where you guys are losing some federal funding. We haven't cut anything, as far as the staff has explained to me, out of our budget. You're just asking for additional revenue from the state. But that's all. And you guys, I just wanted to provide clarity. Our staff has come and visited with us about it because we're like, are we cutting, or are they asking for extra? And the consensus is you guys are asking for additional money, which is that's why you're here, and we appreciate you being here. So continue your testimony.
You go first. Okay. First of all, the clarity. First, my name is Christy Givens. I have 3 early learning centers in the New Orleans area. I have been in early childhood for over 25 years. From my understanding, we are cutting $24 million out of the budget that would have us have 2,000 less children having child care assistance. So that's a drastic effect on parents who work. And I can tell you a story how this really affects our community. This past week at one of my centers, where the capacity is 65 children, we had to close due to a compressor issue. It took us 5 days to get the compressor in. And by not having that center open, these parents were not able to go to work. We had to write 5 letters to jobs because the parent had to stay at home with the child. So this affects our community. We have parents calling us every day wondering when are we going to get back open for their kids to get back in school so they can go back to work and provide for their children. So there are 2,000 children that are going to be kicked off for child care assistance, and when that happens, that affects our workforce because there's no economy without early childhood. If we do not make sure we invest in early childhood, people cannot go to work. I have grown from one child care center to now I serve over 50 employees. This affects some of my employees. At least 20% of my employees is on child care assistance. So if they can't get child care assistance, how they're going to come and work for me? So this is every job, every business who we all support in every community, that if we're not open, these businesses cannot open their doors. And we all know we have a workforce issue in this whole Louisiana right now. So child care assistance is very important. So we need to restore those 2,000 seats, and I'm also asking you all to invest more money too. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sonia Joseph. I'm owner and director of Clara's Little Lambs in New Orleans. We have 3 early learning centers. We've been in business for over 38 years, serving families in our community. Child care assistance is vital for our businesses and also for the families we serve. Monday was National Day Without Child Care. And although we did not close, we interviewed our parents asking what would it be like if we were not here. And I serve a lot of military families as well as first responders and school teachers and those types of people. And honestly, they were like, I have nowhere to go. Particularly military families who are here with no family, right? And so that's how vital our services are. Child care assistance enables parents to go to work. This is not a program where families are just sitting at home and their kids are in child care. Right. They have to be working in school or seeking employment to even participate in child care assistance. So cutting $24 million from the budget, eliminating 2,000 children, if you just put one parent per child, that's 2,000 people who are not entering the workforce. And that's why it's extremely vital that we add these funds back into the budget. And expanding the budget would be fine as well, because there are over 6,000 kids who have no child care just in the New Orleans area. We're not even talking about the rest of the state. So that's why this is really so vital. It's not just a New Orleans issue, it's a statewide issue. Child care assistance affects the entire state of Louisiana. And in small towns, large towns, people need employees and they have to go to work. So we're asking you to please consider and please add the funds back to the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Boudreaux.
Mr. Chairman, we got about 4 or 5 different conversations going on about is it a cut or not. I'd ask for just a point of order that you would ask the staff to put on the table what are we addressing. I think we have 2 different pots that we're talking about, but I would ask that you would allow the staff to tell us what was in, what came over from the House, and what we're dealing with, because I would hate for everybody to come up and think they're getting cut, or they feel like this committee is not hearing what they're saying. But instead of having individual meetings, can Ms. Sherry or somebody put on the table what are we dealing with when we talk about these seats, these programs, and the whole 9 yards for everybody in here, so we're all on the same page?
Okay, Senator Boudreaux. I think that would work. May.
Yes, May Sue from the Senate Fiscal Services Division. So in the executive budget, the early childhood education was fully funded at the same level as current year FY24. But when House did the amendment in order for them to facilitate the teachers' stipend, also want to include MFP increase, they basically took $24 million out of the early childhood education and end up fund the teachers' pay stipend, $165 million. But that stipend is still short by 32 compared to the executive budget. So the first group coming in is Children's Advocacy Center. That is a nonprofit located under the governor's office. Has been funded $1 to $2 million for the past few years. We started funding since 2020. So there are 2 different groups.
Okay. We clear on that, on what we, I'm sorry.
So,
Okay.
Ms. Sue, you're saying, so early childhood, from what was proposed in the governor's budget, the House reduced that, cut it, eliminated, is no longer there. 24 million, is that the fact? Okay. And so I think this is what we're hearing, the 24 million, that actually from the governor's budget to the House to now in the Senate is no longer there.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to be clear and that we're all clear that I don't know what other word to use, is $24 million less for early childhood.
Yes.
Now, go slow with me. So then when we get to the children's advocacy, the CAC, that's another pot. Okay, and tell me what was in the governor's budget one more time, what the House did to that, and where is it today?
I let Chaz address that because that's his agency.
Okay, Chaz?
Hey, Senator Chaz Nichols, Senate Fiscal. So the Louisiana Child Advocacy Centers, that's located in the governor's budget in
Right.
Agency 100, the executive office. That's funded at $1.5 million in HB1 in fiscal year 25. That's in the base of the budget. So that has been there for the past couple of years, and that is where, and the request that they were asking for is an additional $1.5 million in the supplemental bill.
And nothing was cut.
Correct.
Or
Nothing was
reduced
cut from
when
that.
it when it
That
went
is
to the House. Okay,
correct,
so
yeah.
I think that was part of the confusion. We were talking about two different pots. So, Mr. Chairman and members, I think I'm now clear that there is a $24 million reduction to early childhood education in the state of Louisiana from what was proposed in the governor's budget and what left the House budget. So I think that's the framework for what we need to keep in mind, that we're not backfilling and we're not dealing with any federal cuts. This is what the House, as you said, where Ms. Sue went, to offset the, to raise the teacher's stipend from the $1,300 that was originally proposed to $1,700, and we'll deal with that later. But I just wanted to clarify because this is going to go on, and there is a cut, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Boudreaux. Senator Presley?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Senator Boudreaux. I think everybody's on the same page now. I think part of it was we had a new group that came to the table that was different than the prior group. So all good. We're on the same page now. I appreciate y'all coming to the table. I appreciate the work that you're doing with our children. I just want to make sure and ask you a little bit about the quality side. I think early childhood education is vitally important, but quality early childhood education is really the key and the key word. So tell me a little bit about what you do on the quality side to make sure our kids are kindergarten ready from day one.
So all of my teachers have their child development associate, and they're also co-enrolled to get their associate's degree in early childhood. So I kind of turn my center into a family-like center. So if you come to me with nothing, then I immediately enroll you in a program that Christy Givens has to get their CDA, which is called Elite Teachers Institute. And then they and myself, kind of teach the teachers how to teach the children the correct way. All of our students are underneath a science-based curriculum. I'm a science-based person. I'm an electrical engineer, so it only made sense. Creative curriculum is STEM-based. So I taught the staff that use that curriculum. And then they just continuously matriculate. Once they get the associates, I push them to get their bachelor's. If they can't get the grants on their own, I pay for it myself. So it's kind of like just processing and feeding the community and making everyone better in the process. Absolutely. All of our students, as they matriculate from our school to main schools, they all get accepted. They pass testing. I've had 100% of my students being able to get accepted into all of their first try schools.
That's great.
And just to add to that, for myself, we have licensed and we have high quality centers, and at all my centers and these ladies too, we have very low ratios in our classroom to be able to give that quality to the children. So in each one of my classroom, I have 8 kids with 4 to 1. So we have 2 teachers. We don't even much have that in the school system. We have 2 teachers in the classroom getting these kids ready for school. We provide meals for these children. You know, some of our kids don't even much have breakfast when they come to school. We use a curriculum. Our teachers are all CDA. I have teachers even with master's degrees and bachelor's degree. We don't have televisions in there. We are a teaching school. Just this past week, like I just told y'all, in July, I will be making 25 years being in business. Tomorrow, I'm leaving to go to Boston to Tufts University because the first student that ever went to my child care center, who is still like my daughter, because these children is a part of us for the rest of their life. She graduated from Vanderbilt and got an engineering degree, and this Sunday, she's going to be getting her dentistry degree. These are the things that we're doing in early childhood. We providing high quality. Her mom is going to be there. I'm going to be there because I'm her second mom. And this is so many stories I could tell you about what we're doing at our center. And our kids are going to school. They're ready. My grandkids are triplets. They started at 6 months. They are excelling in school. So it's just so many stories, and it's just so many things that we do, and we're not babysitters. We are high quality centers that providing the best care, and we also supporting our parents to be able to go to work and go to school and better their education, and have teachers who are able to better their education and also buy homes and move on to be taxpayers. These are all taxpaying parents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Edmonds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your work. Actually, I want to go back to Senator Boudreaux because I do think for us to understand what we're asked to do, because most every one of us are early childhood supporters, and we've been adding money every year. But I do think we have to take last year's understand. I either need May or Chaz back to, so I can ask this to make certain we understand what I think we're trying to use as either cuts or where we are. I'm going to need one of them.
Okay. May, could you help us out? Senator Edmonds has them.
I think Forrest.
I'm getting you.
All right, I believe I'm correct or close. So last year, we saw an expansion of dollars federally. I believe they were ARP funds. I think the number was about $50 million, but I could be off. You could help me with that. Those funds were related to COVID, and as those funds went away, when I was using the term backfill in the side discussion, we had to make a decision whether we would lose last year the seats or we would fund it. So we funded, and at that point, not this year's budget, we funded those seats. And if you could help me, was that about $50 million worth of backfill to keep those seats from COVID? Am I on the right trail here to make certain we're doing the proper thing?
Yes, I believe last year back and forth, how because the governor initially replaced the federal funding laws and the House Senate took different actions and debate on do we fund it or not replace it. Eventually, we did replace it with general fund.
That's how we did that.
Correct.
In order to not lose seats, we replaced it last year, which
Correct.
brought our seat number or kept the seat number
Correct.
where they were. They were still you had waiting lists. You could have taken more, but when we're talking about how we've been going through this, because we put more money into early childhood in the last decade than probably the state's ever done.
Yes.
I want to be clear about that. Now, with that said, that's where I was coming, Senator Boudreaux, that last year was the backfill to try to keep the level, and we did that. So that forced this budget to look at now that elevated seat, and now we're seeing a $25 million reduction on those seats that we backfilled. That's what I was referring to. I'm not saying this is good or bad, high or low. I just want us to know how we got there. I don't think that, and I can't speak for what what they did on the House side. I think they were trying to deal with the lack of funds that the feds had eliminated because of ARP money. So we're still now, we've got to get ourselves out of this is kind of where we are. I'm sorry we're having a side discussion, but we've got to get ourselves back to what would be the norm after COVID. We're still sort of recovering financially of how we recover that. I think I'm on the right trail, am I?
Correct. And go back to Senator Cloud's early statement, and over the years, we did increase state support for this program.
Yeah, and I think when we get to these discussions, ladies, I know this is you're here to try to support the good care you give the kids.
Yes.
We're trying to deal with the financial part of how we pay teachers and how we backfill and make it all work. So I think we're all sensitive to that, but I want us to at least have a understanding of how we got there. It wasn't because at any point we took a chance to cut anyone. We were trying to fill, and up to this point, although we've not done another budget yet, we're working on it. That's what we're here to do. So we're listening, and we're trying to figure out where we are over the past couple of years in sort of financial COVID recovery. I hope that helps you understand where we are, and I hope that brings some clarity to that.
And we
Thank you,
appreciate
May.
the support that and
we appreciate you.
supporting
We do.
early care, but we are the foundation for those teachers.
We totally
the kids start
understand,
with us, so.
and I just wanted you to understand, because when I was on appropriations for 8 years, and I'm now first year in finance, so it's 9 years in a row, and I haven't found any legislators that's not really trying to help early childhood. I think the heart is good. But then we have to juggle to figure out how we're going to stretch and make these dollars work. So you have a sensitive audience. I don't think there's any question these men and women they love what you do. When we ask the hard numbers on dollars, it may seem a little cold, but it is our responsibility. We have a fiscal responsibility to make certain we balance this budget. We can't have an unbalanced budget in Louisiana. It's not like the feds. We can't do that. We have to come out. What comes in, what comes out, that's it. We have to finish it that's our job. We have to do it that way. Anyway, that's a long explanation, but it may help us through the rest of our discussion with early child and others. That's what we're dealing with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Boudreaux.
Yeah, so thank you, Senator Edmonds. And so for the people back home and those that don't understand all the dynamics, let me just take a few minutes and just add. So, and Senator Edmonds is right. He served in appropriations for 8 years. That's in the House. That's where the budget starts. So before that budget leaves the House, they have to do certain things. He's now in the Senate. So we're the final stop in the process before it gets to the governor. So the House has to do some things to get the budget here. The governor, to his credit, had the $24 million in there. And that's where it starts with the executive budget. So it was in there. The House has to do so many things, as the senator just said. Teachers' pay was reduced. A lot of other things were reduced. So they have the luxury of being able to move things around with the understanding. I'm not speaking for Representative McFarland. I'm not speaking for the House. I'm just saying to you all that that process allows them to do what they did in hopes that the Senate, when the budget gets here, can make those adjustments. But to the governor's credit, that $24 million was in his, and the teacher pay, the stipend was reduced. They chose to put some of those dollars to it. So we kind of robbed Peter to pay Paul. But now again, it's in the Senate, and we have to look at that $24 million. One of the last things I would hope is that we would not go back to pre-COVID numbers, because it's real. Those numbers and your testimony today has proved that they're there. So we now in the Senate have to take all that in consideration. We had a revenue estimating conference where another $89 million was there. The House was aware that we would have additional revenue that would be recognized. Their intent, without speaking for them, is that this is why you all here today, that some of that would be applied. So it's a process, and I just wanted to put that out there, that it's a little different. The House has to do what they have to do, and now it's in the Senate, and hopefully we'll take care of what we need to take care on this end. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
And we know y'all will. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Senator Miguez. Any others want to speak to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just having a sidebar conversation with May, just trying to, going off of what Senator Boudreaux and Senator Edmonds had discussed, trying to understand how much we had built up our investment during the COVID years, and try to get an understanding when we were flush with dollars coming in from the feds, how many seats or how much money we built up to and kind of where we are today. But I think May is going to pull some information for the committee, and it's just a follow-up on the comments by the two senators.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay. So there's just make sure I give everybody their opportunity. Christy Givens and Ashley Jolly, Lynette Rivers, Sonia Joseph. So y'all good. Beverly Ramel. Any? It's
I'm Lynette Rivers.
okay. Ms. Rivers, you can speak to this.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lynette Rivers. I'm the director of Kids Kingdom Academy and Daycare located in Orleans Parish. Pretty much today I come to kind of talk about exactly what the other ladies were speaking about. I have a better clarification of where the monies went, what you guys are doing, and I appreciate your sensitivity, your understanding, and your compassion to early childhood. We're just asking that some way, somehow, find those monies that was taken out of the budget to put towards the teacher stipend to place back inside of House Bill 1 so that we can get those 2,000 seats filled. Those kids are on a waiting list. Parents need to work. And I know you guys understand that. It is very important. But I appreciate each of you for trying to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lauren Womack.
Is that related to you? Is that your daughter?
She may be in overflow room. Lauren Womack. This is a different group, huh?
You need to specify that.
Okay, this is with the who is this with? Okay, Families Helping Families. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Lauren.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I just want to, before I start, thank you for your commitment to the people with disabilities in Louisiana. I wasn't able to attend the last meeting, but I was able to listen, and I appreciate the Families Helping Families initiative that you supported. I'm coming here just to speak on the night rate, and I know you have a lot to consider going into the bill, so I'm just going to give my testimony. And I just appreciate you taking the time to listen. I'm Lauren Womack, and I'm a resident of Lafayette Parish. I'm a current row recipient, waiver recipient since 2019, and I would like to ask you to appropriate the $10.1 million in state general funds to cover the $5 increase in the rate for night services to match the current day rate service within home-based community waiver services for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I was diagnosed at the age of 3 years old with a rare form of muscular dystrophy when I failed to reach my developmental milestones. My condition is an overall weakness of the skeletal muscle tissue. Over the years, my condition has worsened. I've gone from being able to walk and do things independently as a child, and to, in my 20s, I had to get a wheelchair and start depending on services. I rely on a power chair for movement. I need a direct service worker for assistance with dressing, grooming, showering, transferring in and out of the wheelchair from the shower to the bed. I sleep with a sleep apnea machine. oxygen, and a non-invasive ventilator. This is not to shock you, but just to understand how the complex issues that some certain people with developmental disabilities have and why the night rate is needed. Increasing the $5 is a small step towards alleviating that issue that we all know is an issue with the direct service worker shortage crisis. And I would ask you to remember that, you know, we're focusing on this issue, but this is not guaranteed that this rate is going to go towards increasing the pay of direct service workers too. So I think that's something in the future that we need to work on as well. 2 years ago, my husband had to undergo a spinal fusion and couldn't do anything to help me. And I needed direct service work. I didn't have any family support as backup. And so my family of origin lives in New Orleans. They could not help me regularly. If I didn't have night workers, I would have had to go in a nursing home until he was able to be healed. At nighttime, I need to be repositioned, assistance going to the bathroom, make sure I don't get bed sores. And another consideration is in severe weather, if my breathing machine goes out or my oxygen concentrator, there's only a limited amount of battery. And someone has died in our parish because of the power outages with not having their oxygen. So this is a consideration as well if a night worker is not available. It can be life-threatening. So again, I ask you to consider it. I know you have a lot on your plate to think about, but I just want to take the time to thank you for your commitment. I'm here to help you problem solve, and whatever I can do to help, please let me know. So thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Womack. Senator Boudreaux, I know you had mentioned last time, and somebody else I'm forgetting, but thank you so much for letting me speak, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you for coming in and your testimony there. Senator Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is really for the staff, but I do want to thank you and commend you. I've said this multiple times in committee. My husband and I take care of 2 intellectually disabled individuals, a mother and her son. And without this waiver, they would be in a facility and not in community, and the facility would be a pretty great distance from their hometown. So it's
Thank you for your service as well.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's an honor and a pleasure, but it's a lovely situation, and without the waivers, we wouldn't be able to keep them home. And I understand exactly what you're saying, that just because we appropriate more dollars doesn't mean it translates or trickles down to the actual workers that are in the homes with them, which is where it needs to go.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a small part of a bigger problem, and I'm glad that y'all have already mentioned multiple ways of trying to look at it, especially fiscally.
Yeah.
In other areas. So.
Well, and thank you. But to the staff, I don't know if who can answer this, but just educate us, maybe educate me, because I might be the one that needs educating. The waivers they're asking, I want to be very clear on what we're doing with the request is with this group. It appears that they're asking for additional funding for those waivers and those home workers. So can someone with the staff educate us on where we are right now and what you understand the request to be, and where it is in the budget?
So they're asking for an additional $10.1 million of state funds to increase roughly around $30 million to increase the rates for night services to equate them with the day rates. In 2018, there was an increase given for night rates. There was another one given in 2021. But there is a variance between night and day rates based on the department, the services that are provided between day and night.
The committee's wondering.
I'm trying to get it.
I'm on now. The committee's wondering if those dollars are used to draw down, Heather, any
Yes,
federal
because
dollars?
the 10 million, yeah, this is a Medicaid service, so the 10 million will get you a total, the total add would be actually 30 million.
Okay.
Yes,
all
so it's
right.
matching. This is a Medicaid program.
So it's a match. One thing that I think is really important that the legislature does, because we continue to fund and champion our waiver program, is doing some kind of survey or analysis to make sure that the dollars aren't staying, and the service providers, we appreciate them too, and this is no hit at them, but just to make sure that everybody's playing fair, where it's not staying at the top and it's actually trickling down. We need some comfort in knowing that it is trickling all the way down to the home workers that are on the front lines, because if it's not, we're not actually solving problems, we're building budgets. So we need to think about that. Thank you.
Okay. The board's clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Okay, if we could, let's double back. We have a couple of cards that's present would like to speak on the early childhood education. We're going to double back on that. That would be Adam Knapp with the Committee of 100, as well as Mandy Mitchell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. It's great to be here today with you. Mandy Mitchell, President CEO of the Lafayette Economic Development Authority, and also chairperson for the Regional Economic Alliance of Louisiana, an entity that represents regional and local economic development organizations around the state. Here today with our partner, Committee 100, Adam Knapp, to advocate from the economic development community on behalf of early childhood education with a request to restore the funding that had been reduced. And we both have worked in state government, so we understand the legislative process. And Senator Edmonds, we know and believe, because we know all of you and have for many years, that everyone believes in the best interest of the children of the state of Louisiana. I just want to share some information with the committee from an economic and workforce development standpoint. We know that there are multiple reasons to invest, and that's the term I want to use, in early childhood, obviously from the standpoint of the child. The earlier we get young children, young Louisiana children, into a structured educational setting, the better chances for them to have a brighter future for themselves, but when they complete high school, to either go on to college, go to the military, start their own businesses, etc. And so we know the earlier we start, Senator Presley, with quality early childhood care is important. But I want to share just a few points from a workforce perspective. Early childhood education providers, there are about 10,000 in the state, and they employ about 15,000 workers. The impact of that is over $240 million in wages and earnings. And those individuals obviously take those dollars and spend with other Louisiana-based businesses and enterprises. From a workforce perspective on the impact of the parents, and I will say this, especially moms, we saw what happened during the pandemic with many people having to drop out of the workforce And anytime there are economic disruptions, many people either voluntarily or involuntarily have to drop out of the workforce, and it disproportionately affects working moms. But the parents across all industries are able to go to work. The more working adults in Louisiana, the more productive we are economically as a state. Saw a report that said the state loses about $1 billion each year due to the impact of child care inaccessibility for working parents. From a missed work perspective, the impact to employers is about $760 million in lost productivity from parents who cannot get to work and have to quit their jobs, or from turnover or tardiness, et cetera. And so I just wanted to share that information from the economic development community. We have so many reasons to advocate for support for early child care, from the human element, the impact to the child, the long-term impact to our state's future economy, but also from a workforce and employer perspective. Thank you.
Adam Knapp, I'm the CEO of the Committee of 100 and appreciate Mandy Mitchell's leadership on this issue on behalf of all of the regional economic development organizations across the state. And it's unique as a perspective, I think, to hear economic development groups talking about the importance of early childhood education. That has not always been the case, that you saw this come forward as an issue that we see as vital to our state's competitiveness. Our organization is made up of executives and higher education leaders and business owners across the state who feel strongly in the same way. In fact, for the past election, we wrote a document together with PAR and Cable called Reset Louisiana. And the first chapter, the first content of that document is on the subject of early childhood education. And while it's broadly looking at all those things and all those factors that drive Louisiana and have the potential to improve Louisiana, the specific interest in setting aside early childhood as the first topic, advocating for specific things that you can be doing to improve Louisiana, it was not a small part of it to make sure that early childhood was first in that document, for the same reasons that Mandy just spoke to. The data that we saw in that report, and can share with you, showed that kids who had access to early childhood education in Louisiana over the last 15 years saw higher overall outcomes on-time graduation, for accessing TOPS, increased access to TOPS through that, increased access to TOPS Tech. They had higher scores not only in high school English, but in geometry, in algebra, and biology. And so it has long-term implications across education outcomes, not just on early literacy. What that means for our long-term workforce and our competitiveness is dramatic. And so the increases that you've been making over the last few years have been incredibly helpful. The step back that happened on the House budget for that $24 million you were just discussing, we encourage you to do everything you can to restore those dollars. As the testimony already heard, describes the impact to the kids, but also to the program providers across Louisiana, as Mandy just spoke to, something that our organization deeply, deeply believes in. I would only go further to add that as you have recognized some additional one-time funds in the Revenue Estimating Conference, there could also be an exciting opportunity to put additional dollars into the Early Childhood Education Fund. As you know, that is a one-time fund that's been used across the state, from Shreveport to Alexandria to New Orleans, to put up a challenge fund to local communities to increase their own early childhood education dollars. And so if there isn't any opportunity to use any of the additional one-time funds that you've identified, and also put those toward expanding access and encouraging local funding to be increased, our organization would continue to consider that option as well. And as Mandy said, to view this as an investment in Louisiana's future. Thank you.
Senator Presley.
I actually just wanted to mention that matching fund. I think, in Northwest Louisiana, we really have viewed this as a partnership with our local government, both on the city level, the parish level, and I think on the school board level, as well as with the business community. And the Community Foundation of Northwest Louisiana in particular has done an incredible job trying to build those funds for that match. Because, when before I was even in the legislature, I was heavily involved in trying to move forward with early childhood education and making sure that we had quality childhood education opportunities. And I really feel passionately about that partnership. We talk often about the partnership with the state and the federal government and trying to bring down match dollars. But the partnership with the business community in this area, in this arena, and as well as our local governments, I think has been outstanding. And I really appreciate the efforts that the community, the Committee of 100, that the business groups throughout the state have done. So I just want to commend you all for your work as well.
Well, I think the evidence is there that what you have done with that fund is working across the state and the business community. I hear about it everywhere. Is very excited to be a partner with the state to try to provide those resources for the exact reason you've been hearing the testimony. We see it very clearly as a benefit across the state and something that needs to be increased across the state.
No doubt. And I think, I mean, the dollars for today and making sure that our kids have the opportunity to, our adults have the opportunity to have their kids, and child care is important. But that quality aspect means that we're going to have a workforce for the future as well, and making sure our kids are kindergarten ready, because if they walk in kindergarten ready, they've got a real opportunity to succeed in education. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Senator Boudreaux.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Mr. Knapp, thank you and to the Committee of 100 for your role. As you said, the state has invested a lot more money into early childhood, and that's because of the support of organizations like you and Ms. Mitchell. When we have economic development agencies coming to the table to talk about how we connect this, and while the legislature has taken heed and went back to the previous administration, the Landry administration has come right back on board to continue those efforts. So I just wanted to take a minute, without being redundant to what Senator Presley just alluded to. It's very important that your engagement is not falling on deaf ears. And when we have to make these tough decisions on funding, when we have when not only the buy-in, but we have the validation from the Committee of 100, from economic development agencies throughout the state, then we know that that's a great investment. So I just wanted to thank you all, and as you said, that report that you all sent out really set the record straight. It's not about who you vote for, it's what are the needs of the state and who's going to be interested in being a part of that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you and the committee, and to Ms. Mitchell and to all of our economic development agencies throughout the state for going outside of the box, because we were behind on early childhood. Other states had already gotten there, but it's because of the coalition and because of the push that you and others have done. We're gonna make up some of that lost ground and hopefully become some trendsetters as we move forward. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boudreaux. We spoke about partnerships and monies, but the quality aspect, we would, as Senator Presley and some of the others had mentioned, that's a big component of that. So as a partnership moves forward, as we move through the process, that we want to make sure that we're all on board with that part of it.
We have been very excited about the additional improvements that Louisiana has been making in K-2 accountability scoring, and so I think the Department of Education is deserving a lot of credit. You're deserving a lot of credit for creating one of the best systems in America for tracking that quality for incoming or kindergartners to test their literacy rates and track our progress. And what we've been hearing already from the Department of Education is we're seeing those numbers increasing because we're paying attention to it, and what we can measure, we can see improvement upon.
Thank y'all.
It's important. Thank you.
Okay. I know there's groups here with similar topics here. So we have mental health and domestic abuse. So Brian Boswell, Focus Clubhouse. There's a
Clarice Gallegos is my
I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not easy, I know.
And Clarice Gallegos.
Close. I'll
Okay.
take it.
All right. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So I'm going to go first and then let Brian speak. My name is Clarice Gallegos, and I'm the founder and director of Focus Clubhouse. Focus Clubhouse is one clubhouse of over 350 clubhouses throughout the United States and in 32 different countries. This is a proven program to help adults. I mean, we've all been sitting here talking about children, and especially Hearts of Hope and those children that went through trauma. The trauma may not get over with by the time they're adults. We all love and care for our children, but what happens after you turn 18 or 20? An early onset of schizophrenia and bipolar isn't until their 20s or possibly even as late as 30s. So I have an op-ed in the Advocate that I would love for y'all to put your eyes on sometime during your day or evening. And I also know that Senator Cassidy at the federal level is working with Fountain House, which was the first clubhouse that opened in New York City in 1948, still stands today and is very active. We are a proven psychosocial rehabilitation behavioral program. People that live with mental illness, adults that live with mental illness, are stigmatized. They are told they're crazy. They don't fit into the mainstream living. So we give them a reason to get up in the morning, a place to go, meaningful work to do while they're there. They do the work of the clubhouse. They keep it up. They keep it running. And positive socialization. It is, as I said, a proven program. It's been around since 1948. We did get city dollars. The Lafayette Consolidated Government awarded us a $50,000 grant. It was a pay-as-you-go. It's been a struggle. We've been open 4 years. We opened in January of 2020. And other than fundraisers and that one grant that we got, we've just really been doing it on a dime. That means that I have no staff. I've done this all myself for 4 years without a salary. I'd like to add. So I have a reason. I mean, I have a passion. This is Brian, but he's also my son, and he suffers with bipolar schizophrenia and PTSD. He found the clubhouse model when he lived in Miami, and when he got ready to come back to Louisiana, there was none. So as I said, we are the first and the only one, and I know that nobody knows clubhouse model, but trust me, it's a model, and we're a program. We are in a crunch now because we are not accredited through Clubhouse International as yet. I've done the training. I'm waiting on the accreditation portion to come. Their calendars are full because other states are opening so many clubhouses, so they can't get to us until probably between January and April of 25. And because of that, I don't know the big, long, drawn-out name, but Tyler Mental Health Center, which is the LGE for the parish, has been funding us at a rate of $75 a day and less if we don't have 3 members. So if they are threatening to cut because we're not accredited by the end of June, I don't know how I'm going to keep my doors open. I did have one staff person. I had to let her go for financial reasons, mostly because I can't afford to pay her. I go to work every day because it doesn't cost me anything but my own gas out of my own pocket. And it doesn't cost the clubhouse anything. So I am approaching retirement age, actually past. And I would like to continue on down that path, but I need to make sure that the clubhouse has substantial people there. And in order to do that, to see it continue, and my big audacious dream is to have a clubhouse all Alexandria, Shreveport, Monroe, New Orleans, all over the state, because they do work. they do work. Brian?
Okay, thank you.
My venture started in Myrtle
Your
Beach.
name first.
My name's Brian Boswell. I tried to get away from drugs and alcohol, so I went to Myrtle Beach to live. I stayed in a shelter for 10 days. If you didn't find a job within 10 days, the shelter kicked you out on the street. So I ended up having to sleep in the woods, porta potties, got a ticket for trespassing because I was sleeping in a post office because I didn't have no money, no job, nowhere to go. So I ended up going to the hospital, and they sent me back to the shelter and told the shelter since I had mental health conditions that they could not put me back out on the street. Well, the shelter decided to ignore the hospital's recommendations and proceeded to tell me when they found out it was going to take me a long time to get my disability to put me back out on the street. So at the time that they was telling me this, they also handed me my Seroquel medication. I took 36 100 milligram Seroquels, chewed them up in the powder, swallowed it, and told them I was going outside to set until I die. Well, I ended up going back to the hospital, and the hospital could not find no mental health organization in Myrtle Beach or South Carolina to put me in. So the hospital offered me a bus ticket to go anywhere I wanted to go. So I sat there and I thought about it for a few minutes, and I said, you know what? I said, New Orleans is playing in the Super Bowl in Miami. I said, yes, I know where I want you to send me. Send me to Miami. Well, when I got to Miami, I picked up the phone and I called 911. I told them I was going to kill myself if they didn't come help me. Well, they was there within 3 minutes, and I was put into a mental health organization. From there, I found Key Clubhouse, and I was the main cook at Key Clubhouse for 5 years. Within that time, I was able to get my disability, and when I decided to move back to Louisiana, I used my back pay money on my disability to purchase me a house that I'm currently buying.
Okay, thank you. Senator Boudreaux?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Clarice, for being here for the purposes of the committee. And Brian, thank you for your story. Focus Clubhouse is located in Lafayette, Louisiana. Your request for the committee for operating, you looking for operating?
Yes, I'm looking for operational dollars and dollars to just do more programs, you know. I mean, we have a temporary employment program that I cannot start yet because I don't have staff people. And so, yeah.
And what is that request for operating dollars for 1 year?
I would like to well, I'm just going to be bold and ask for $1 million because, you know, it never hurts to ask for more and when you're going to get less. So, you know, I'm here, I'm begging. I'm a simple mom. I'm not highly educated. I just think that adults need a chance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the work you do and the passion and desire you have for those in need, those adults in need. Is there a Jason Van Cleve?
Van Cleve, yes.
Yeah.
He's also a member.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you like to testify?
Well, I can just say, I notice it's very important. I've seen some of the lives that come through the place, and I think I had the chance to work with you all before with the Stein family at the lumberyard for a while, as in sales. And by the way, and Yep, and just observing some of the lives that come through and how important the place is. It provides a simple place for you to go and to abide, and it's got a beautiful property. And some of these individuals are really quite troubled, and I'm doing fine, you know, but not everyone is. And so this is very important that this is taken care of properly. You know, there's no doubt about this, that this is a community need, and that mental illness exists. You know, it exists, and I've seen it with my own two eyes, you know, and so this is a community need.
Okay.
That's and it's a great place. Brian does great work with cooking, and so it's a great atmosphere. Carice is very amiable and conjecturable, and provides a healthy background for the director role, and so we've got a lot of positives going on there at the clubhouse. So I suggest you all give us consideration for that request, and whatever you're able to do would be greatly appreciated. I can guarantee you, because without the clubhouse, essentially, all you've got in Lafayette, if you haven't got employment to, you know, it gives you a place to work and to do duties, and, you know, you got the library, you can go and sit in the library, but really, you know, if you haven't got a job at the moment, but the clubhouse is planning to look for jobs for you too, so that's
Good
positive.
resource.
That's a positive resource too, to help look for work for us too, you know.
We help with all resources, food stamps, housing, you know, all that. We're the backbone and a place to go for all of that. And, you know, mental illness is here. It's alive. It's well. It's not going anywhere. You can stick your head in the sand and not support it and pay for it all you want, but you're still going to have homeless people living on your streets. 3/4 of those, I would have to say, have a mental illness, if not higher than that. There are some that just have fallen on hard times, but, you know, crime, they need treatment. I know there's all the therapies and psych doctors out there, and they take their meds and they go to their appointments. Those happen every month, once a month. What do they do with the rest of the month? They have their doctor's appointments and then they go home and sit. Idle mind is a devil's workshop, and from there causes crime. And, you know, it may not be big crime, but it's crime, and people can get hurt. And they need a place where they can come and be themselves and be accepted for who they are and what they have. And the clubhouse model has done that tremendously over the years. I mean, when Brian was going to Key Clubhouse in Florida, I had no idea that it was this big organization and this big model. All I heard was, well, I went to the clubhouse today, cooked lunch, and I could tell by the phone calls that he was getting better. Well, he was getting better because somebody cared about him. Somebody missed him when he wasn't there. Somebody wanted him. And I know my 3 minutes is probably up, but I just can't impress upon y'all enough. Mental illness needs help, and the clubhouse model is that help. Yes, we need doctors and meds and hospitals, but after that, what do they do and where do they go? So.
Okay. Thank you
for your time.
Senator Cloud.
Thank you, and thank you for your dedication and self-sacrifice. It's really a ministry for you. So I'm just thinking through like other alternatives, which we are going to give very serious consideration, as you all have asked, because I know that you guys are doing incredibly important work. But have you approached the Catholic Diocese?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
We approached almost everybody. We've filed for grants, but we just get declined. You know, it's just, you know, people look at people with mental health as they're crazy, Well, I got a statement for that. I'm certified. I get a check every month. Okay, you want to call me crazy, you can. I don't care. But if I didn't find the clubhouse in Miami, I would be dead today.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you're not.
Great work as
We're
a
glad
chef.
you found it and you're here now testifying to the benefits of the clubhouse. And we're gonna be thinking through your situation and exploring opportunities to help.
Thank you very, very much. I can't thank Senator Boudreaux enough and the rest of the Senate Finance Committee. It's been a long 4 years.
Thank you.
I need some help.
Thank you so much for coming in and before the committee. Okay. At this time, we're going to hear Lonnie Grenier with CLASP and Mike Martin. They may be in the overflow room. No one's in there? Okay. All right, let's move. Okay, all right.
Just waiting for traffic to clear it.
Okay.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lonnie Grenier. I'm with the Coalition of Louisiana Addiction Service and Prevention Providers, our state's association of substance use treatment providers. With me, I have Mike Martin with Responsibility House. He's the executive director, as well as Allison Skapik. She's the clinical director for Bridge House Grace House. And Mr. Chairman, she's also submitted a card. We're here this morning to make two requests. First, to preserve the $10 million included for additional SGF funding for specialized behavioral health Medicaid rates. We have not received a Medicaid rate increase since 2012. And I've heard in this committee about pre-COVID numbers, and we would certainly love to go back to pre-COVID numbers. The need in the community was not quite so intense. There were not as many overdoses, and the cost of care was not quite what it is today. And so we desperately need an increase, and we appreciate the legislature recognizing this. LDH has conducted rate reports which indicate, which indicate $27 million is needed to restore behavioral health rates to benchmark. And so we very much appreciate the $10 million that's included, and the recognition that these rates need to be addressed and the support for recovery from the state. However, we request that if at all possible, because we recognize you have a lot of priorities to consider, we request that funding be increased to $27 million, which is what is indicated by the state is needed to restore mental health and substance use treatment rates to benchmark in Louisiana. So again, the current appropriation is for an additional $10 million, and we're very grateful, and we thank you all. And we hope that we choose to preserve that additional funding and increase the funding to $27 million. There is a distinct economic impact to substance use disorder treatment. The Surgeon General and the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration indicate that for every $1 invested in substance use treatment, you reap the benefit of $11 in a combined criminal justice and healthcare savings. Odyssey House Louisiana conducted an economic impact study, externally commissioned an economic impact study rather, and it showed that for every $1 invested in substance use treatment, the state of Louisiana saves $7 in criminal justice and healthcare costs. And so with that report being the more conservative, you can just about count on the additional healthcare and criminal justice savings being present in the next budget year and every budget year after that you choose to invest in substance use treatment and recovery because it is a worthwhile investment. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman and committee.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Womack and members of Senate Finance. My name is Mike Martin. I work at Responsibility House in Gretna, Louisiana. Among other things, we provide treatment for addictive disorders and co-occurring disorders. Excuse me. I don't want to reiterate too much of what Lonnie said, but I would like to underline a couple things. First of all, is that the last rate increase that we've been given through the Medicaid, the MCOs, through LDH through the MCOs, was 12 years ago. I don't know anybody that's working today for what they were 12 years ago. And that's just salaries. Our operating costs are just astronomical in terms of more regulatory stuff. A case in point I was talking with Lonnie about the other day is we have to have cybersecurity. We farm that out to a company because we can't, a vendor because we can't afford it in-house. 12 years ago, I never even knew what that was, let alone cyber insurance, and it's just a case in point. But the regulatory and cost of operations are skyrocketing, and we're basically at a fixed income. And we're to the point last year, or last fiscal year, we operated at $180,000 loss. And that's just not a sustainable business model. I mean, just not. So I appreciate the fact that the HB1 has come over with a $10 million increase, and I would again tag on to what Lonnie was asking, that it be that the increase be dedicated to $27 million, which would allow, with the federal match for Medicaid, of course, would allow about an $80 million increase that would go directly to providers. So thank you, and thanks for having the hearing, and thank you for the work that you do.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good morning, Senators. My name is Allison Skapik. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm here representing Bridge House Grace House of New Orleans today. Just a little bit about our program. We provide nearly 150 beds for long-term residential care for individuals suffering from substance use disorder. The vast majority of our clients come to us homeless and unable to maintain employment due to the severity of their addiction and co-occurring mental health disorders. Our mission is to be able to provide quality treatment for all, regardless of their ability to pay. And what makes this possible, or a large part of what makes this possible, is our ability to bill Medicaid for a portion of our services. During our program is about 4 to 9 months for individuals who complete the program, and during this time they receive individual counseling with licensed counselors, family counseling, vocational training, medical and psychiatric services. We ensure that all of their basic needs are met, which includes covering the costs for hygiene products, socks and underwear, eyeglasses, co-pays for their medication, getting them IDs, birth certificates, everything that they need to enter the workforce. And a key component of that program is our vocational program. So we want all of our clients who complete our program have obtained employment and have enough money to support themselves when they move to independent living. As Mike mentioned, Medicaid reimbursement rates have not increased in 12 years, but our cost of operating our agencies has continued to grow, which puts my agency and fellow substance use treatment centers in a very difficult position. To compensate for this deficit, we cannot offer competitive pay rates for our direct care staff in a field where already generally burnout is high and retention is low. We've had to cut support staff, nursing staff, and some of our medical programs, and we're now having to consider cutting our medical and psychiatric clinics and our valuable counseling staff. An increase in these reimbursement rates would allow us to provide more comprehensive care, including medical services and housing support. We could hire more peer supports, full-time nursing staff that we desperately need, and provide valuable clinical training for our clinical staffs, as well as improvements to our facilities to include things that promote a more holistic approach to addiction treatment, like gardening, exercise, those kind of things. So I like to say addiction is the great equalizer. It affects everyone, regardless of class, race, and you name it. And just thank you for your consideration.
So how many agencies across the state do you have?
There are dozens, if not potentially more than 100, I believe upwards of 200 residential treatment programs throughout the state of Louisiana. I believe state health standards, health licensing could give you a better estimate about residential treatment throughout the state. 2 years ago, LDH was tasked by the legislature to conduct a needs assessment to determine what all treatment providers we have in the state at each level of care and what the needs look like in each region of the state. And I don't believe, unfortunately, that needs assessment has really taken off. I would urge the legislature to ask LDH to prioritize that needs assessment because it does desperately need. We need to know what all the community needs and what the treatment services look like in the community. And we know that there is a need in the community that we as treatment providers are unfortunately unable to meet. I would also like to add to what Mike said.
Would you pull your mic a little closer, please?
I would also like to add to what Mike said, Mr. Chairman, around the specific federal match portion. At this point, the $10 million that's included in House Bill 1 will result, as Mike said, in the federal match that will be, I estimate, $30 million total infused into substance use treatment rates. The $27 million that we're requesting that LDH has identified as needed to raise rates to benchmark levels would result in approximately $55 million matching the $27 million and would result in a total of over $82 million, which would have an impact on specialized behavioral health services, mental health, and substance use in the state of Louisiana. And as I mentioned, there is a distinct economic impact to treatment and recovery that you can just about plan for in healthcare and criminal justice costs within your budgets. And those are recurring savings while you make those additional investments. You can count on those savings. And so we're very grateful for your support, and we offer ourselves as treatment providers as a resource to you.
Okay.
May I clarify just a moment? I don't know the number of licensed providers that are licensed by LDH to provide addictive disorders treatment in the state. I don't know that number, Senator Womack. But the Medicaid rates, obviously, the services are dedicated to low-income and very low-income people. So the people that can't afford private insurance, et cetera, commercial insurance. And the increase that we're asking for is not just an increase for residential level of care. There's outpatient, there's intensive outpatient, so there's a whole spectrum of levels of care that all cut across. Medicaid cuts across all those. Everything from once a week with a private, not a private, but in a public agency or whatever, counseling to medically supported detox, which is basically an institution-based short-term treatment to get people ready. So anyway, my point is that it cuts across the board. It's not only for residential treatment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming in and your testimony and for what you do.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, thank you for your consideration, and thanks for having the opportunity to speak to y'all. Thank you.
If I could ask one more question, I apologize for this. When you talk about substance abuse in the channel, do y'all have any kind of a schedule or documentation, or how many times a person goes through that? Do they go through it multiple times, or is it just one time, 2 times, 2-month course? Can you tell me kind of how that flows?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. It's widely recognized that relapse is part of the process of recovery, and something for treatment providers that's a constant battle for us is trying to make sure that individuals in our care are authorized by the MCOs for the max amount of time that they can stay in treatment, because we know that the outcomes are significantly enhanced when someone has the ability to stay engaged in treatment at the appropriate level of care for the appropriate amount, appropriate amount of time based on their individual need. And so often when you take the example of someone cycling through the system, it is because oftentimes because they weren't authorized for the appropriate amount of residential treatment based on their individual need. But also from a provider perspective, it is also very challenging for us to be able to provide the level of quality care that we desire to with the limited resources that we do have. And so unfortunately, sometimes the individuals that we're trying to serve are just not satisfied with the services that they're receiving, and they cycle back out into the street. Two things that I would like to note that we know about the populations we're working with are related to access and retention. One is that when
I'm sorry, you'll have to pull that mic up a little
Two
closer.
things we know are related to access and retention. One is that with access, if we can break down that wall of denial and reach through and get that person access to treatment when they so need it, and when they ask for it, they're that much likely to stay engaged in services. And the other thing is related to retention. The longer we keep someone engaged in treatment at their individual need, the more likely they are to sustain their recovery and for it to be successful and for them to continue to be contributing members of society.
I wish I had a magic number for you, Senator Womack, of how many times it takes for people to go through treatment. I happen to be a recovering person myself. I went through treatment in 1981, and for the grace of God and a little bit of work on my part, haven't found the need to go back again. That's any time from 1 to infinity, I guess, is the correct number. I don't really know that infinity is a good answer to your question about the number of.
Well, we just don't. We won't. I think the objective is to try to help these situations and people that find themselves in this. But the revolving door is something that's unaffordable.
Yeah.
That's what we gotta look at is that.
Yes, sir.
And I'm all about the program and what we can do. But when we see the revolving door, we have to come back to y'all and say what's going on here. What is your services working or not working?
Right.
That's kind of what and the data we get from that. And you mentioned by the grace of God. So where are we coming? Where are we headed with some of this?
Right.
From that standpoint.
Again, I don't have a magic number for you about the number of treatment episodes that works for people. But there's a body of evidence, a body of research that indicates that 90 days in residential treatment has a threshold effect on long-term recovery rates. As a matter of course, the MCOs will not authorize 90 days of residential treatment. So again, I'm not blaming somebody or trying to hang responsibility on some other agency. I'm just saying there's this take, I don't know. Also that the course of treatment for one person is not necessarily the course of treatment for everybody.
I understand that, but it comes back also to affordability that we've got to that body you're talking about that.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to hold y'all up. You have something you want to add?
Yeah, just in terms of talking about that long-term care generally has greater long-term outcomes in sobriety. Those reimbursement rates that we mentioned, they're much higher for these short-term, more intensive programs, so detox or those kind of typical 28-day stays. So the number of programs that are able to offer even up to 90 days and longer are much fewer because that reimbursement rate for that level of care is so low. It's only about $85 a day. So an increase in that rate really allows more programs to offer that long-term stay, which allows people to transition more effectively from very intensive, full-time supervision care to a lower level of care to sober living, and gradually with support transition into long-term sobriety instead of going from a hospital, from a detox, but back to the street and back into that cycle that you mentioned.
Okay.
One other, just a closing comment, if I may.
Please.
One other real quick comment, and this is critical for the populations that our three agencies work with, is social determinants of health. Our people come to us, they're really disenfranchised from society, typically. They may or may not have a home, they probably don't have a job, they have probably alienated themselves from their family and healthy social, relational supports. And so I don't know how to provide abstinence, a plan of recovery for people, and give them actually a grounding in starting to reestablish a social system that's going to support their recovery in a short period of time. And so all those elements have to work, maybe to answer your question in a roundabout way. To me, all those elements have to work to support somebody's long-term recovery. If we leave out the social determinants of health, we're just housing people for a month or two, quite honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we provide clinical services and stuff, but the main outcome is they're going to go back where they came from, which means that we're going to see them again in 6 months or 3 months or a year or whatever. Again, I'm not trying to give you a short,
I understand.
short script. It's just
I held y'all up. I wanted to ask that question, but we got some more to get to. If you got some more comments, let's make them short.
Just to close, Mr. Chairman, your comment is welcome. Your question is very reassuring because we as treatment providers are not accustomed to being asked what we think the needs are based on meeting the challenge in the community. And treatment is expected to often be there as a resource until we close our doors, and people don't know it until they're looking for a bed for a loved one. So we do offer ourselves as a resource, and we're looking at this at a very systems level in an effort to help you and help anyone who's willing to work with us see a better picture of what's happening on the ground floor so that we can solve these issues together. So thank you very much for asking our perspective on what the issue could be and how we could help to fix it.
Okay. Thank y'all for coming in. Okay. Ms. Wendy Powell and Emma Givens, Family Justice Center of Sinaloa. Good morning.
Good morning. First, we want to thank you all for allowing us to come and speak today. I'm Wendy Powell, the current Executive Director of the Family Justice Center, and along with me, Ms. Emma Givens. We would like to thank y'all for your past support over the past 2 years and the support of Mr. Mike Johnson. We're here to request a continuation today of an appropriation that you guys have been so generously to put us in your budget. I was listening earlier to the ladies that were talking about getting the VOCA funding decrease. And it's not a secret, funding has decreased across the board, and we have in turn relied heavily on the appropriation that we received from the state to continue with serving our victims and our operational expenses. In the last year, between July 1 and the present, our staff has served 657 clients, providing a total of 14,399 services. It's been an increase since the previous year of only serving 536 clients and 10,942 services. We have been able to expand our services throughout Region 6. We opened one office in Avoyelles, and we are working closely with the Concordia Parish Sheriff's Department to serve clients in that area. The funding is being used to help the Family Justice Center grow towards that one-stop shop model that we have across the United States. We provide services with community partner agencies in one safe location. So the funding is allowing us to expand our services, keep our operational expenses going, and for some reason, if we were to lose the funding, we would have to look at other options as far as closing the office down in Avoyelles and possibly even moving our location somewhere else. We have current in-house partners, a detective from the Rapides Parish Sheriff's Office. We work with all of our law enforcement across our region, and we've recently partnered with Faith House of Acadiana. They are providing a shelter in the Voiles location, if y'all are, I'm sure y'all are familiar with. And we have some of their advocates in our office, and we collaboratively work together to provide services to the victims and their children.
Okay. Thank you, Wendy. So from what I'm hearing, y'all are working with other agencies to pull together your objective here in these Region 6, right?
Correct. We're trying to get, really our model is to have, if there's a victim and their children of a domestic situation come in, we would like all of the resources to be provided to them so they're not going in several different directions to get services. So we offer civil legal services, we offer counseling, group and individual, we offer some financial assistance. That's part of us working with the other agencies, because what we lack in resources, they can kind of come in and pick up and go forward. Free of charge to the clients, we provide an attorney to go with them to file restraining orders. Well, we have legal advocates that help file the restraining orders, but the attorneys accompany them in court. And that can help them with their divorce, custody. We'll help, our advocates will help with relocation services if that's necessary. Is there anything that I'm forgetting? Because I get so nervous whenever I come up here. It's quite easy to slip my mind. So.
Okay. Ms. Given?
Yes. I'm Emma Givens. I'm the Assistant Director with the Family Justice Center. The Family Justice Center is a vital organization. We play a crucial role in fighting crime in our communities. We help survivors escape abusive situations and access the assistance they need to heal and rebuild their lives. By helping survivors navigate the legal system, get protective orders, and seek justice against their abusers, we contribute to holding perpetrators accountable for their actions. By promoting education and prevention efforts, we work to reduce the incidence of domestic violence in communities. Like Wendy said, we serve 8 parishes in Louisiana, and we do have a profound impact. We are fighting crime, we are empowering survivors, and we are making communities healthier. Without the Family Justice Center services, there would be devastating consequences for survivors and their families. It is essential that we prioritize the safety and well-being of those impacted by domestic violence by providing the necessary resources to support them. And if you don't mind, I'd like to share 1 or 2 testimonies from some of our survivors. These are a few quotes from survivors who attend our Monday night support group counseling sessions. So survivor number 1, it has been a year of personal blessings. I have established many parameters in my life with the help provided by Family Justice Center. Courtney and Rashawn and the group of girls who share with me have helped me understand my way. Today, I have established goals thanks to them. I have witnessed the help they provide for others, and undoubtedly, groups and places like this are necessary in our society. I personally appreciate and wish the Family Justice Center can reach more women who need it. I have no more than thanks for the whole team and many blessings for them always. And a second survivor says, abused, manipulated, naked, lonely, I was a weakling mess and yet needed to be strong. I was ashamed yet needed to be bold for my kids. I knocked on the door and found open arms and comfort. Family Justice Center is a place where abused women from all walks of life can come to find solace. You are not alone in the fight. Every Monday we meet to share and receive guidance during group sessions. I have learned that abuse comes in different forms, and I didn't deserve to be treated badly. The revelation empowered me, and I'm able to forgive myself. Thank you, Family Justice Center.
Okay. Thank y'all for that. Senator Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ladies, for being here. The chair and I, we've sat Senator Boudreaux and Senator Harris, we've sat here and listened to your testimony and your good, praiseworthy work for a few years now. I've actually sent victims to your facility for your services, and I think I most of all want to commend your collective collaborative effort to be a one-stop shop, because what I've seen since I've been here is that we appropriate dollars for all sorts of different things, to NGOs, to state agencies, departments, and their subsidiaries, and we don't really ever know if all the different organizations are communicating to actually meet the needs of one individual. And I think you see that, and that's your vision, is an individual walks in and then you be the arms and the feet and reach out and to help them capture all the resources that we appropriate, because there is a disconnect.
Yeah.
So thank you both.
Thank y'all for coming in. Appreciate it.
We appreciate y'all's time. I have paper with some statistics, like from where we've grown over the past 2 years, that I just kind of wanted to bring for your information.
You're
So I
welcome
can
to
give it
pass, get started on to pass those out, and we'll have them.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
y'all so much.
Okay, next we have Caroline. Okay, Caroline Cascio, the Wellspring. Crystal Scrantz, Louisiana Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and present and will provide information if requested. And Patty Freeman with IRIS, Domestic Violence, present, would like to speak. Lunch is available if y'all want to rotate out for lunch.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, Senator Womack and fellow senators. My name is Caroline Cascio, and I'm the president and CEO of the Wellspring and the Family Justice Center of Northeast Louisiana. We serve Ouachita, Franklin, Morehouse, Richland, Tensas, Madison, East Carroll, West Carroll, and Caldwell parishes. I'm here today to ask for your support of Supplemental Bill HB 782 and preserve the $7 million that was included by the House as an appropriation for domestic violence programs across the state. I've been with the Wellspring for more than 30 years, and in my current role as president and CEO for just over a decade. In my time as CEO, I can't recall the state appropriating general funding of its own to protect and serve survivors of domestic violence prior to last year. Funding was historically federal TANF funding that flowed through the state and DCFS. Last year was a tremendous statement of support for Louisianians who suffer and who have died at the hands of domestic violence, and I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for making that happen. The initiatives funded in Northeast Louisiana last year through last year's appropriations were not one-time needs. These are ongoing critical needs that can't be fixed with a Band-Aid. Our allocation allowed us to increase shelter beds across Northeast Louisiana, not only in Ouachita Parish, by establishing partnerships with hotels across the service area. This is a temporary measure while we seek to create a new non-congregate, safer, more efficient domestic violence shelter for our service area. We were able to establish a service site in Madison Parish that's long been part of our service area, but prior to this last appropriation, folks had to travel to our Franklin Parish office to receive services, so we've been able to establish a site there and hire staff to serve survivors in that parish. We've been able to expand both counseling capacity and legal services to survivors as a result of this funding so that we can more immediately address their needs and ultimately keep them safe. We have expanded upon the My Community Cares project that we have through DCFS to use some of these dollars to allow that staff to go into some of the most impoverished neighborhoods in our community to screen for domestic violence. Many of those households live in constant violence and danger and don't realize that they're actually a victim of domestic abuse. So we're able to kind of, as a grassroots type thing, meet them where they are and help to connect them to services. We often talk about the numbers of domestic violence incidents or the deaths related to this issue, and oftentimes for people that aren't in this work, they seem just like numbers and statistics. But just this March, 2 months ago, a 37-year-old Richland Parish woman was shot dead in her home by her boyfriend. He later killed himself. But for us, that incident was far greater than just a statistic or a number of an additional homicide, because this was the niece of one of our very own domestic violence advocates. And so it hit particularly close to home. You've heard a number of comments about the decrease in VOCA funding and federal funds across the United States. Obviously, we're subjected to that too, and these dollars we received last year helped us to mitigate some of the losses of service that would have had to happen had we not received these dollars. Louisiana, we've been told to project more significant cuts this fall through VOCA. And while I know that Louisiana obviously can't control the federal government, we can make decisions for how to protect our own citizens. And we charge the Louisiana legislature with that decision. And so we would just respectfully ask for your consideration to continue to preserve that $7 million that was included for domestic violence programs statewide.
Okay, thank you for that testimony there. Okay, we have Ms. Patty Freeman.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Patty Freeman. I am a 28-and-a-half-year veteran of the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, where I was a detective who primarily worked violent crimes, sex crimes against children and adults, eventually developing and supervising and working within a domestic violence investigatory unit for Sheriff Gautreaux until I retired on July 4th. On July 5th, I began as the executive director at the IRIS Domestic Violence Center, formerly known or also known as Capital Area Family Violence Intervention Center. We are the largest shelter in the state of Louisiana and can house anywhere from 100 to 150 persons on our property. We have wraparound services that are provided to victims, and because of the state funding that was allocated last year, now have developed and are implementing a children's program on site with a dedicated wing space. Understanding through law enforcement and through the position that I currently hold that children who are exposed to violence in their home and through their household members, family members, and also sometimes victims of that violence, that they will later be those who will perpetuate that violence in their own relationships or accept being a victim of that type of violence. So we believed, and thankfully for the allocated funding that you all allowed last year, we will have a very specific program to help intercept those children and provide them with a different outlook and a different pathway, especially those children who come into shelter with parents. That program includes on-site counseling, tutoring, mentorship programs, activities such as an art room, a music room, even indoor, teen lounge, but also a teen study library area equipped with computers and materials for them to be able to study while in shelter and still be a child and have a child's experiences. We were also able to open a on-site transitional housing wing that will facilitate, in addition to our 45-day emergency shelter, a 6 to 12-month transitional on-site shelter experience. That is obviously, because of our organization, cost-free, but enables those victims who are working and need longer to perhaps save and secure the transportation that they lack, or pay off the bills that would prohibit them from being able to get a place of their own to live, to stay cost-free for a longer period of time. That wing was financed, the repairs and the repurpose of it, specifically by a very generous NFL player who used to play for LSU. the money that you allocated helped us be able to open and staff it, something that we would not have been able to immediately do. But now it is opened, and now it is housing victims of domestic violence who are working and saving and achieving additional goals that would not have happened within a 45-day emergency shelter. The perception that they would be well within 45 days, some of whom have suffered from abuse for years. I've seen within my law enforcement career those who have suffered for more than a decade without reporting. Most of all, what I wanted to express today was our absolute appreciation for the allocated funds last year, and my sincere hope and wish that you will continue that funding. When it was allocated, it was required of us to present and provide what was called a deliverable, and that deliverable had to be in addition to what is currently being provided or something in addition to what already existed at our organization. These two programs are all important. They look to the future. They look to the children who will increase the numbers of violent crimes committed. But without the continued funding, we can't afford to continue additional programs and sustain that under our budget. So I sincerely hope and ask that you continue that funding for our organization as well as the other organizations throughout the state. IRIS represents East and West Baton Rouge, East and West Feliciana, Ascension, Livingston, Iberville, and Point Capee. That's a population of over 800,000 residents according to the last census. We provided over 2,500 persons with services last year. 688 of those persons were children. And that is why we're here today. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions, and we'll be working through the budget and take your concerns forward.
Excuse me, I'm Crystal Scrants. May I speak a moment? I put in a card.
If requested, information if requested, you're welcome to speak. If you're not, I guess, redundant on what we've already heard. If you want to speak, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Womack and committee members. My name is Crystal Scrants, and I'm with the Louisiana Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And
Would you pull your mic a little closer? I'm sorry.
Yes. I just wanted to briefly tell you from a statewide perspective the things that happened this past year with the allocation of the $7 million last year. So over this year, we have opened 5 new domestic violence shelters, expanded 6 domestic violence shelters across the state, provided scattered site sheltering options for 2 areas in the state, 11 new outreach offices in rural areas, expanded services for legal services for 5 programs, children's services for 6 programs, and clinical counseling services for 8 programs, along with some other administrative and infrastructure issues that occurred throughout the year. So I just wanted to provide that information to the committee for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who's next? Okay, Kelly Monroe, the ARC. Caroline Meehan, Community Provider Association of Louisiana. Roma Kidd, the ARC of Ouachita. Yeah, that'd be fine. Okay, ladies.
we go first? Hi, my name is Kelly Monroe. I'm the Executive Director for the ARC of Louisiana, and I'm here today to talk to you guys about the night rate increase. I've met with probably most of you already about this, but there's a $5 difference between the night rate and the day rate. A lot of the things that are done during the day are also done at night, with the exception of a couple of other things that are pretty important, such as repositioning to avoid skin breakdowns. Oh, sorry. And pressure sores, medication that's taken throughout the night, and then it's sometimes catheterization, just to name a few of those. These things help keep people safe and in their homes and out of institutions. So it's my understanding that the commissioner has put this $10 million into an amendment, into his amendments. And so I just ask that you take that in consideration when it comes to this committee, and keep the $10 million in the medical vendor payments to help pay for these increases.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Monroe.
I think, wait, one more thing. I think that Caroline had given the fact sheets for you guys. Oh. Just something to kind of like keep and look over before House Bill 1 does come to the committee.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Mr. Chairman and members, I'm Caroline Meehan. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Provider Association of Louisiana. So we're a statewide trade association for providers of disability services. And I know y'all are familiar with many of these. They're community-based organizations in your hometowns and your communities. So we're talking about Delta American Healthcare in Delhi, up in Shreveport, the ARC of Caddo Bossier, Volunteers of America, Evergreen Life Services in the Lake Charles area, and ARC of Ouachita, which you'll hear from Roma in a second. But these are organizations that serve people with disabilities in every region of the state. And just to add to what Kelly said, all of our disability service organizations in the state are working together to ask for this very important increase in the reimbursement rate for services that are provided at night. And just a little bit of context, because I know a lot of y'all, including Senator Evans, who I just saw walk in, worked very hard to get us a reimbursement rate increase in 2021. And for whatever reason, the increase in the night rate was left out of that increase. And so we're just trying to get that rate up to be the same as the reimbursement rate for day services. So it's $10.1 million in state general fund. And I know Roma will have some input to share from the provider perspective. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Roma Kidd. I'm the Executive Director of ARCO. We serve men and women with developmental disabilities through the waiver. Particularly, what we're concerned about is a service that we call supported and independent living. This is where the night services actually occur. A little history. Been around to see it all, including the start of the waiver. And when it started, the people that we supported were men and women who were far more able than they are today. These were individuals who needed day services primarily. They may need something at night, but it was really kind of an overview. Wasn't much more than that. They were young, and so were we, who were there with them. Time has changed for all of us, but we are their surrogate family. They are still with us. We want them to be with us throughout their lives. Their needs have changed tremendously. What they needed 30 years ago or 20 years ago or whatever, much different today. Today, the people who work during the day are helping people now in wheelchairs and using walkers and who have perhaps dementia, figuring out what to do. What they do during the day takes more time. What goes on at night now is also different. As has been alluded to earlier, people need to be helped with getting to the bathroom or perhaps changed. They need to be turned. They need their CPAP to stay on. And that night staff, they're the ones who are cleaning out the refrigerator. They're the ones who are cleaning the bathroom, mopping the floors, doing those things. Their nights are very full. Now, here's another little secret that somehow private sector gets that government doesn't. You have to pay people more to work at night. We really should be asking for more because people don't want to work at night. If you look at private industry, you will see there are night and weekend differentials that actually are more than the typical Monday through Friday day shifts. We're not asking for that. We're only asking to be able to afford what we're already doing, which is we are having to pay people, in our case, often more at night than we are paying during the day. The people we serve are wonderful people, but for our staff, these are scary jobs. They hold the lives of these individuals in their hands. The good news about this is that this is a match. There's more money to attach to it to cover it. Our little company, we're not big, we're not little, we're somewhere in between, but we'll have to go to our community to raise about $400,000 this year to be able to do these services. Had we had the night rate, that would have been reduced by $150,000. Our community will very much appreciate that you all help us with this.
Okay, Senator Edmonds, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ladies, for being at the table. And obviously, we've tried to work on this. And let's go back to when we were able. It was quite an effort, I think, to just try to get the day rate. Has it? And I know how hard it was for you guys to, hire employees and whatnot, trying to match what was going on. Did it help at all, as far as helping with? Because I know you had such shortages of hiring.
It absolutely helped. Thank you so much.
So you still having issues of hiring people at the, 18, 30, 52?
Yes, I can answer that.
Still having difficulties?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Louisiana is actually one of the lowest reimbursement rates in the United States.
Yeah.
I think we're second to last.
Yeah. I know we've been battling to try to help you get to where we need to get.
Yes, sir.
What's your shortage like on your night rates now? Not just dollars, but on hiring right now. Where are you?
I can talk to that. It is very, very difficult to hire night and weekend staff. We have advertised everywhere. We do job fairs everywhere from churches to bars. We don't care. We just need help. People who are good people who are willing to come to work. Last week we actually had a job fair at a car wash. Gave away car washes to anybody who would come and fill out an application and let us run them through to see if they could actually qualify to work. It's very difficult to get those. The weekends and the nights.
Weekends and night, right? Mm-hmm. What you mentioned the match dollars. Any one of you, where would we be on match dollars, or what this would do for you?
I think the match rate for these services is it's like 67-33, so 33% from the state, and then the match from the feds.
Okay.
So I think somebody mentioned earlier what the actual federal drawdown would be.
It's like 10 million and 30, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that close?
It was 30 million.
Yeah,
Yep.
30 million. Okay. And that would at least get you up to, and I know it's very simple, but it gets you up to $18.52 on the night rate.
Yes, sir. From $13.52 to $18.52.
All right. Well, thank you for what you do. It's always a pleasure to work with you guys. Y'all go above and beyond all our services. We appreciate it. I know that our people especially our families that I hear from all the time. I mean, I'm very grateful for what you do. We're definitely going to give it a hard look, as always, to try to help you get where you need to be.
Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Thank you.
And it is in the amendment from the commissioner, and so we just hope that you guys keep it there and when it comes to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Okay, could we hear from Council on Aging, Chuck Saban, and David Lewis?
Good morning, Senator Womack and the senators. Thank you very, very much for allowing us to come before you today. My name is David Lewis. I am the president of the Louisiana Council on Aging Directors Association, and this is Mr. Chuck Saban. He'll speak in a minute. The organization that we represent works under the direction of the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs. Amanda Smith is Executive Director. Our responsibility, as we've been charged, is to service our seniors throughout the state of Louisiana. Senator Edmund, you mentioned earlier about the OP Fund. That's why we are here. After the pandemic, we received $2.4 million in OP Fund. And what that allowed us to do was to reach out what we call C2 funds and service our seniors who are homebound and give them 5 hot meals a week. That fund, as you all know, expires June of this year. But we've already have those seniors in our system looking for meals going forward. We were able to service 330,000 or 40,000 seniors over the years with that money. So what we're here for is to ask, we believe the money is already in House Bill 1, ask your consideration to fund the Council on Aging going forward with that $2.4 million so that we can continue to service those seniors throughout the state of Louisiana. In every one of your districts, we have seniors. These young people, I know none of you have reached that age yet, but these young people have come to rely on us for those meals and for those services that the 64 parishes around the state provide to our seniors. And that's why we're here to ask for you to consider funding that services once the ARP monies have expired. Chuck. Yes, sir.
2.4 million. You think? Did you say it is in HB1?
We're not sure.
We're not sure, but we think it is, Senator.
That's the money you need.
Yes, sir.
And do you know about how many? I know you mentioned 64 parishes. You have an idea about how many you're serving?
Those monies
across the country.
served,
I mean, across the state.
Those monies that we received, the ARP money, served about 340,000.
Okay.
340,000 meals.
Meals. I'm sorry, meals.
250 meals per senior per year. So if you divided 340,000 by 250.
Did you introduce yourself?
No, sir. I'm sorry. My name is Chuck Saban. I'm the controller for Jefferson Council on Aging. Thank you, senators, for having us here. We appreciate your time. We appreciate everything that y'all do for the state. As Mr. Lewis was saying, we were receiving last fiscal year, or currently fiscal year, through June 30th, ARP funds that are supplementing what is known as Title III C2 funds. They're dispersed through the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs. They're intended to be home-delivered meals for homebound seniors. These seniors have all been assessed as being at high risk of food insecurity. It's a lifeline. It's a once a day meal that's served to them Monday through Friday and brought to their homes. And to David's point, we're losing that funding as of 6:30. We have not had a chance to ease off these programs. With ARP funds, it was kind of full steam ahead, and you have to spend it all through the deadline. We've managed to do that, but we also would appreciate an opportunity to ease these people who have been additionally receiving services off of the program. And the way that we would do that is through attrition, sir. That would be through 6/30/25 if we were to receive an extra $2.4 million.
And how long do you see that lasting? If you start July 1st budget year?
It would happen over the course of the next fiscal year.
Of the year?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the fiscal year 24, 25.
Keep you whole until the end of the next year?
Yes,
correct.
Sir.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. The board is clear. We're grateful for you guys being here, and as we're doing, we're going through each one, and we'll add it to see what we can do to assist you.
Senator Evans, your other senator, we really do appreciate the opportunity that you allowed us to come before you today, and we highly ask that your consideration on this request.
All righty. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
All right. I believe we also have some folks here with autism care that they're Mitch Dillon. If you'll come to the table, Mitch. And also, is it Jude Boyden? Jude, are you here? I'm here. Okay. All right, good morning, and we're still morning. Welcome to this meeting of Senate Finance. We're glad you guys are here. If y'all just have a seat, and then whoever would like to begin, you can introduce yourself for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sure, please. If you would introduce yourself for the record and help us at the table, that'd be great.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Mary Breaux, educational doctor, not medical. Can't help you there. I am a faculty advisor for the Bridge to Independence program at Nicholls State University. We are a post-secondary education program for students with intellectual disabilities. And I also represent the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Advisory Council and LAPI. Those are some other things that I wear a hat in. In 2022, with Act 682, the post-secondary fund was established, and the goal of that fund is to increase programs throughout the state. You have a flyer that was given out to you. On the front page at the bottom left, it tells you the programs that were in existence prior to this act. And since this act, we have had 4 more higher education institutions come on board in 2020.
Can I ask you to pause just for a moment? I think we're going to make sure we get your sheet passed out so people can follow you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption.
That's fine.
All right, Dr. Breaux, would you continue? Thank you.
Thank you. So at the bottom on the left, it tells you the programs that were in existence before.
No, you push it. There we go. Thank you.
682. And since that time, we have started more programs. In 2023, you'll see the 4 institutions that added programs, and in 2024, 2 additional. We still have more colleges and universities that are interested in starting programs. I have with me today Mitch Dillon. He is an alumni of our program at Nicholls, and Jude Boykin, who is coming in as a new student in the fall. These programs, some of them are 2 years, some of them are 4 years. Our main goal is for students to have opportunities to better their education, to be able to audit classes, typical classes on the college campus, where they can learn to advocate for themselves, and they learn skills for independent living and for job readiness. The rate of employment of our graduates at Nicholls is about 68%. and likewise for the other programs that have been in existence. On your sheet, you also have some success stories so that you can read about some of our students. This is just a small handful. We can go on and on and on of the success stories of our students. We are not currently in the budget. The last 2 years, y'all helped us to with $1 million each year. We would like to ask to restore that $1 million so that we can continue this good work to expand programs even further across our state, all the way from the south to the north. And for our existing programs to expand upon the good work that we're already doing. We're a success story of the funds that you have already expended upon us, and we hope that we will be able to continue that work with your help. So I'm going to go ahead. I know Mitch and Jude have testimony, so we'll start with Mr. Dillon.
My name is Mitch Dillon. I graduated from Nicholls State University, Bridge to Independence program in 2022. Going to college was something I always wanted to do. I made friends while I was there, and loved all of my classes. Living in the dorm was a great experience. Got me ready to live in my own apartment. While I was at Nicholls, I learned how to survive all type of jobs, one of which made possible for me to work at my job I have now. I worked at the rec center at Nicholls, learning about all the equipment, how they worked, how to clean them, and how to take care of the gym area. Now I'm working at Stone Creek Health Club in Covington, using the same skills I learned from the Bridge program. Living in the dorm was so much fun. It helped me to learn how to live on my own. We had a schedule of how to clean our room and our shared bathroom, and also to do our laundry. I especially love eating of my meals and in the cafeteria. Now I live in my own apartment. I can walk to work at Stone Creek, so I am independent. I hope that you can put money in the budget so many students like me can get a college education and learn to work and live independently. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I wanted you to know, is before we go to Jude, I'm getting texts on my phone right now. People are watching you all over the state of Louisiana, and they're telling us, and we want to say as well how proud we are of you as well. So, and they wanted to say thank you because they're listening online. So I thought I'd bring that to you today. We're glad that you are here, Mitch, and congratulations on your good work. And the pride I see in your face is worth being here today for all the other things we do. All right, Jude.
All right, I have an Android, so bear with me. My name is Jude Boynton. I am from Garyville, Louisiana, and I live in St. John Parish, and I'd like to thank all the senators who came. I would like to Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. I am here to ask for you to restore the funding for post-secondary inclusive education so there will be more opportunities available for individuals such as me. I will soon be graduated from East St. John High School. I have been accepted to Nichols Bridge to Independence program and will begin my journey in fall 2024. I would like to study sports media and one day want to work in the sports department at Nichols State University. I am very passionate about research in sports, sports journaling, and sports broadcasting. I even had the opportunity to commentate a run during the 2022 season of American Ninja Warrior. Prior to 2016, post-secondary inclusive education was not always an option to individuals like me. I am not receiving a traditional high school diploma, therefore I would not be able to attend a traditional college program. Nichols was the first college in Louisiana to begin a program for individuals with intellectual disabilities to gain college experience and receive a certificate while doing so. Restoring funding for post-secondary inclusive education would allow more individuals like myself to have this experience. While I'm at Nichols, I will be able to participate in internship programs, audit classes, live on campus, and participate in community events with other college students. I hope that you would consider restoring the funding and continue with Act 682. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my story.
Thank you, Jude. We are so glad you are here, and congratulations. You are very articulate, and we're just proud of you. We want to let you know that. I tell you, Dr. Bro, I have a couple of bills that I'm trying to get funded. Can I have the two of them to come and help me get my bills funded? Senator Boudreaux, I know you can't wait to get on the microphone.
Thank you, Senator. I just, first of all, to Dr. Bro, I want to thank her for her above and beyond. I was proud to be the author of that legislation with over 45 other members of the Senate and the House. We did not have this program in place, and when I got the information on it, I think Florida was spending somewhere around $8 million on post-secondary inclusive education for the people of their state. We were able to put $1 million in, as Dr. Bro had said, for the last couple of years. As the budget came to us this year, there are no dollars in. This program is growing. In addition to the legislation, what it required was that we would have a committee, and that committee has been meeting and functioning. The intent, again, is for it to be at every campus in Louisiana, where every young person has an opportunity to walk that campus and be a part of that. So, Dr. Bro, like I said, in addition to being like the founder and the start of this has been vested under the Board of Regents, and Dr. Kim Hunter-Reid and her team, again, have gone above and beyond to ensure that this program goes. And this is one, and you see by the testimony that we've just heard, the impact is immeasurable. But what I can tell you is that there are more out there that as we continue to look and evaluate and find additional dollars, we can do more on those campuses throughout the state of Louisiana. So we're going to fight to not only restore the $1 million, but I want to do like we do with a lot of other things. I want to be like Texas and Florida. Let's put even more money into it so that we can have more ambassadors out there. So I know there's a lot of people that are listening, a lot of people who could not be here today. When we got this started, I was amazed with the number of people who, parents, working people who have young people, kids that are ready to go to college. But if we don't make this available to them, it won't happen. So I thank the legislature for what we have done. We look forward to restoring those funds. and to continue this program and seeing it grow. So thank you, Mr. Sitting Chair, and to all of those advocates and all of those stakeholders who have been part of this. On behalf of us, we say thank you for bringing it to us, and it's one of those that we will fight to make sure we take care of.
Thank you, Senator Burrow. I know we some of the folks online didn't see, but as your introduction, you listed Baton Rouge Community College, Bossier Parish Community College, Nichols State University, Southeastern Louisiana University, University of Louisiana at Lafayette. So I thought folks that are not seeing the sheet that's expanding, and
Yes.
so obviously we have a great idea here about this wonderful program.
Those were the first, and then 2003 we added LSU Alexandria, LSU A&M, Southern University at New Orleans, University of Louisiana at Monroe, and then currently working to get up and running Central Louisiana Technical Community College and Southern University and A&M College.
Great.
And we have more that want to join on board. And all of our programs, we have accepted cohorts for the fall semester, and the capacity that we have is not enough currently to have all of the students that are interested in coming. So hopefully one day we will be able to accept all of the students that apply, that we can have that capacity.
That'd be great. And you know, just I'll talk to you offline, but what would also be great is next session, we'd love to have one of your students be one of our interns. I think that'd be another way for some of our senators to see such an excellent program.
Absolutely.
And I just know that our hearts feel that that's something we'll find a way to do. If you'll help me with that, we'll make it happen.
Absolutely. Thank you
All right.
so much.
I know there was a couple of others that we did have cards on. I'm not certain that they want to come to the table. We certainly invite. Did I read Kathy Dillon? And then I think we had Dr. Willie.
She had to leave.
Okay. What's her last name?
Louvier.
Louvier. Okay, for the record.
Thank y'all.
Kathy, you come to the table?
I'll just real quick.
Thank you. Dr. Bro, thank you. Good afternoon. We are now afternoon. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Dillon. I'm a parent, proud parent of Mitch.
Awesome.
I just wanted to thank you all for being here today, and thank you, Senator Boudreaux, for your kind words about the program. Just one of the things I wanted to add is that so many of our kids, when they grow up, there aren't a lot of choices for them other than day centers, simple jobs, working greeters, or just simple jobs like that. There's not a lot of job training. There are agencies that do that, but not for careers. And one of the things that we really appreciated with Mitch's ability to go to Nichols and to do the bridge program was that he was being trained for several different types of jobs, so he wasn't pigeonholed into one thing. So once he graduated, he had a resume, and he went out and he found a job that he really liked. So I just want to thank you for considering. I would love to see this, like you say, even more money. I'd love to see this get into the budget every year so that we can just continue getting more and more programs around the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. All right, next group is Miranda, is it Restovi? Restove, okay. Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities. And then we also have Callie Christ, Big Brothers, Big Sister of Acadiana. And we have, is it Ryan Wheeler? Hey, Ryan? Come, Ryan. Boys and Girls Clubs of Acadiana. If you guys would come, I think we have one other, Emily Sparks, but we only have 3 spots, and then we'll get you in, okay? Yeah. All right, good afternoon, ladies. Welcome to Senate Finance. We're glad you are here. If you just introduce yourself for the record and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Callie Christ. I'm the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Acadiana. I'm honored to be here today, so thank you for your time. I am representing Big Brothers Big Sisters in Louisiana today. Big Brothers Big Sisters of Acadiana is one of 230 affiliates of Big Brothers Big Sisters of America Federation, the largest and most experienced youth serving and mentoring organization in the country, established in 1904. Big Brothers Big Sisters of Acadiana is one of 2 affiliates in the state. Our sister affiliate is based in Lake Charles, Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southwest Louisiana. Together, we serve 14 parishes: Lafayette, St. Martin, St. Landry, Evangeline, Iberia, Acadia, Vermilion, Natchitoches, Jeff Davis, Rapides Parish, Vernon, Beauregard, Calcasieu, and Cameron Parish. And in the fall, in partnership with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America, we are working to bring back an affiliate to the southeastern part of the state. Big Brothers Big Sisters of Greater New Orleans will be launching programs in 2 schools, 2 of the charter network schools, in fall 2024. New Orleans is the only major metro city in the country not currently served by Big Brothers Big Sisters. So we are honored to be able to partner with the national organization to bring back programming. We are seeking $250,000 in state appropriations to expand and increase our services in existing areas that we serve, with a focus on our rural areas and then areas that are currently going unserved in the state of Louisiana. We create and support mentoring relationships between young people facing adversity, ages 6 through young adulthood, with adult volunteer mentors, who we call our bigs and our littles. Across the parishes that we serve, we offer one-to-one community-based and school-based mentoring programs, future-focused group mentoring programs, and special programming like our Bigs in Blue initiative. Bigs in Blue connects law enforcement officers with young people and their communities through mentoring. The young people that we serve, and I'm going to highlight some demographics of kids that we served in 2023, face tremendous adversities. Even in the best of times, pre-COVID, they face so many different risk factors, but those were compounded by the pandemic. In 2023, 50% of the youth we served across the state live in households with annual incomes of less than $20,000. 3/4 of the kids that we served were kids of color, 50% of those being young boys of color. And 70% of the kids we served last year live in single-parent, female-headed households. We know these young people have unlimited amounts of potential, but they face tremendous challenges and roadblocks that get in their way. Some of the most prevalent ones that we've seen since 2020: social isolation, of course, compounded by the pandemic; mental health challenges going unrecognized and untreated; narrow pathways to college and career, limited access and opportunities; and then, of course, juvenile crime and delinquency in neighborhoods and households. As a mentoring organization, we are in an incredibly unique position to support and empower these young people and be a solution to the challenges that are affecting communities across the state. Mentoring plays a critical role in helping these young people overcome socioeconomic barriers. Our one-to-one programming in communities and schools connects young people with a consistent, trained, and caring mentor who broadens their horizons, connects them to resources, to their networks, helps to build their social capital, and supports their emotional health and well-being. These young people have the resources with a mentor and support needed to overcome barriers, leading to greater social and economic mobility. Mentorship also has a profound impact on youth mental health. Our bigs are in a very unique position to help young people build resilience and intervene when a young person experiences mental health challenges, to help them access the right support. These positive relationships between bigs and littles can help youth better cope with exposure to traumatic stress, depression, anxiety symptoms, and support their overall mental well-being. Our evidence-based model mentoring shows that the presence of a caring adult can help improve the mental health outcomes for youth in our programs. And finally, mentoring also plays a pivotal role in college and career readiness and workforce development. Through our Big Futures initiatives, we offer a network of future-focused programs designed to equip young people with the skills, resources, and tools that they need for post-secondary success. We provide career mentoring, educational support, and provide access to key opportunities like internships. This ensures that our littles are well prepared to either enlist in the military, enroll in some type of post-secondary education, or enter the workforce right after successfully graduating from high school on time. Our mentors guide young people in developing those essential job skills, exploring career options, and building professional networks. Happy to share in 2021, 22, and 23, 100% of the seniors that we served at Big Brothers Big Sisters of Acadiana graduated from high school and either enlisted in the military, enrolled in some type of post-secondary education, or entered the workforce. That is a statistic that we are incredibly proud of given the demographic of the youth and the challenges that they face. The bottom line is mentoring is good for people, it's good for the economy, and it's good for society. Investing in mentorship has a multiplier effect. For every dollar invested in mentoring, there's a return of $3 in benefits to society, which includes reduced crime rates, higher educational achievement, and improved economic productivity. But despite these benefits to society, many young people in Louisiana still lack access to quality mentorship. And this gap leaves them vulnerable to a host of negative outcomes. And before I wrap it up, I'd ask you to consider a mentor who had an impact in your life. Maybe it was a coach who encouraged you to keep going, a guidance counselor who helped you with your resume, college applications, and filling out all those important forms. Maybe it was a family member who just provided encouragement and support. But mentoring can have a transformative impact on your life, on the community, and a ripple effect for generations to come. Mentorship remains one of the most powerful tools that we have to close the gap between people, potential, and possibility, and build a brighter future for our kids in Louisiana. It remains more critical than ever now that we can continue to expand mentorship's reach so that every young person, no matter their circumstance, has the opportunities, resources, and guidance that they need to thrive in school, in life, and career. And we know, and everyone in this room knows, that when kids thrive and kids do well, communities thrive and communities do well. So thank you for your consideration. The funding would be split between Big Brothers Big Sisters of Southwest Louisiana and Acadiana, with a portion allocated to the New Orleans expansion, and to grow programming in existing areas with a focus on our rural communities and the new parts of the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
You want to go next? Go ahead, Miranda. All right. Thank you all so much for having me. I do have some handouts. Is it okay to pass those
Just
out?
introduce yourself for the record.
Sure. Miranda Restovich, President and Executive Director of the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities. There you go. They do have each of your names because they are tailored for your districts.
Okay, thank you.
So just be on the lookout for your names at the
All right.
top of the chart. So thank you again for allowing me to be here. I am here representing the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities. We are your state agency dedicated to the preservation of our cultural sector and to broad public education efforts that aligns and supports our libraries, our school systems, and in all 64 parishes. I am here to request renewed funding of $3 million for a project that is focused in 3 key areas. That is in cultural preservation efforts in each, across all 64 parishes. There are over 900 cultural entities that exist across our great state. This is a robust but quite fragile network of museums, archives, and other kinds of organizations that are locally preserving culture and our cultural assets. Our increasing work is also in terms of preserving and responding to weather and other emergencies. This work is work that really came out of the pandemic, but is increasingly responding also to weather emergencies like tornadoes and floods and hurricanes. The cultural sector is a sector that is typically not included in major response efforts, but is one that nationally really deserves a lot of attention. Nationally, only 25% of our national cultural infrastructure is prepared for emergencies, and in Louisiana, that number is yet lower. The Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities has been taking a leadership role in making sure that 100% of our cultural sector is not just prepared for emergencies, but that they also know where to turn to when emergencies hit so that our cultural infrastructure is preserved. And then, of course, our longstanding commitment to education is something that the LEH has been advancing for 50 years. Our specialty and the way that we really add value to local communities, including, as I said, local educational agencies like your school districts, is really to support in the areas of family literacy, as well as the newly established social studies standards. So in your packet, what you have is a statewide map. We are truly your only statewide agency that operates and seeks to deliver these kinds of services statewide. You will see just what we were able to do in the last 18 months. This requires a lot of strategy and effort. On the back page for each of you, you will see in your particular districts what we were able to invest in just last year, as well as some notable grants that you will see so that you understand what the network really is and what kinds of projects we have been able to deliver. This, of course, is a request to renew the funding because the work is not over, and the cultural infrastructure of our state obviously really underpins not only who we are as a state, we are known for our culture, but also underpins our economy, our quality of life, and of course our tourism, which is an important part of our economy. So I will pause there and just see if there's any questions, and feel free to also ask me anything specific from the information I provided for you in your packets.
Good. A great presentation and easy to follow. $3 million.
$3 million.
Are you? Is it in HB1? Did
It's
they bring
not
it over?
yet.
It's not yet.
We're hoping that you will add it.
Okay. All right. Well, the board is clear. Thank you so much for being here today and your presentation and your good work.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Yes, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. May I ask my colleague to come up with me today?
Is that Emily?
Yes, Emily.
All right, Emily. Welcome.
We're a
All right,
tag team.
Emily and Ryan. All
Yes.
right. All right. Just
All right.
introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Ryan Wheeler. I'm the president and CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Acadiana.
And I'm Emily Sparks, the Chief Development Officer for Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Louisiana.
So we are here today to ask for funding for Boys and Girls Clubs of Louisiana across the state. Boys and Girls Clubs of Louisiana provides after-school and summer programs for kids ages 6 to 18. And you have a handout in front of you that talks about some of the statistics. We provide low-cost after-school and summer programming for kids because a lot of times they are counted out of other programs, after school things, and they're left to be alone at home without homework help. They're left unsafe on the streets. And so Boys and Girls Clubs provides homework help, meals. We provide programming in 3 major areas: academic support, healthy lifestyles, and good character and leadership. And so when kids come to our clubs, they are provided, I like to say, a holistic approach to life. So we are touching on their mental health, we are helping them succeed in school, and we are touching on workforce as well.
Yes, thank you. And to the committee, our ask of you all today is to include in the budget at least $1 million, which we're thankful for you all providing to us last year. That $1 million really helped us build our capacity across the state, as Ryan said. We've got over 15 clubhouses. I represent New Orleans, Gretna, Slidell, Covington, as well as Baton Rouge clubhouses, Acadiana for Ryan, and then we also have clubhouses in North Louisiana as well. Every day our phones are ringing, asking for more clubs to be opened, and really as a state, that $1 million is helping us build our capacity and close the gaps in areas where we're not able to currently provide our services. Every one of our clubhouses currently, we're wrapping up the after-school programs right now with summer programming kicking off in just a couple of weeks. Every clubhouse has wait lists for membership for the summertime, as well as even looking forward to the end of school year. Programming, the funding that you all gave us last year really did some great things for us across the state. 2, it allowed us to enhance our technology, which allows us to provide real-time outcomes to anyone around who's in our clubs, what programming they're participating in, their academic success, their on-time grade promotion, their high school graduation, even where they're tracking to go beyond their experience there in the club.
But more so, it allowed us to expand our workforce development programming, which has been really exciting for our club members to experience. And it's not just limited to our high schoolers. We're giving access to workforce development programming as young as 5th and 6th grade, because a part of our mission is making sure that our club members have a plan for the future, and we don't want them to start thinking about where are they going after they graduate high school, what do they want to do in 11th and 12th grade. We want for them to experience that early on in middle school. And the funding has allowed us to introduce these really cool, I wish I had one with me today, these Oculuses that the club members get to do and interact with different career settings and opportunities. They go anywhere from auto mechanics to hospitality, and one of the new platforms we just added was actually for open heart surgery. Does require parental guardian sign-off for them to do it, but we're really exposing them through all our different programs. So, again, our ask today is that you include us in the budget this year for at least $1 million. $2 million would be fantastic, so we can continue to expand our services across the state.
And I would like to add, I'm sorry, that there are many partners that we work in that I've heard today, Big Brothers Big Sisters being one of them, and we can't do this without them. And so we are a hub. We have the kids. We have programming, but it takes the whole community. So we partner as much as possible because we know that kids need a lot of things that we can't necessarily do ourselves. So partnerships are important to us, and we make sure to bring the resources to our clubs.
Senator Boudreaux for a question.
I'll let you go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to add, I'm so glad that Ryan mentioned that. This couldn't have happened better. A lot of people confuse Boys and Girls Club with Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we're such collaborative partners in our communities. And just to give you an example, several years ago, through a really great partnership, we were able to launch an initiative called Club-Based Mentoring, where we brought our bigs into the club to mentor kids who are already club kids. They do a great job of building that culture of mentorship, so it's just an added resource to the club. So we love to work together and, like Ryan said, wrap our arms around the kids in the community.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Edmonds. So let me just go back and for the committee and let me start off, and then I'm gonna get to the endowment of humanity in a second. First of all, Boys and Girls Club, we challenged you all a couple of years ago because of the way the structure was, that we had units all over. You all formed a statewide alliance. And that alliance has created a mission that's consistent whether you're in Shreveport or New Orleans. And I want to commend you all for that. We were able to put the $1 million in on last year. And Ryan, you just alluded to some of the things that you all have been able to do with that. So I want to thank you all for the collaboration. And then you hit the other part is the partnerships, because one size does not fit all. And especially when we're talking about our youth, we have to have different options, and you all are doing that. I'll challenge and encourage you all to continue to work with the legislature as far as additional clubs, but that alliance answered our call to make sure that we're all on board. I'll also say that I recall from past years, as I said, with the the Educational Inclusive Fund, when we were able to put $1 million into the alliance 2 years ago, that was the first allocation from the state for Boys and Girls Club, and that came after you all were formed. But our partners in Texas, our partners in Mississippi, Alabama, and other states are exceeding $10 million in state funding. And I've always said, and I'll continue to say it, I prefer to put it into whether it's Boys and Girls Club, whether it's Big Brothers, Big Sisters on the front end, rather than paying for it through incarceration on the back end, which will be 4 and 5 times more expensive. So if you all can continue to and you heard earlier some questions from members of the committee about the accountability aspect of what you all doing. The Alliance has put that rubber stamp to ensure that you all are doing that. And then coming on with the first request for Big Brothers and Big Sisters, I think you've demonstrated that you're going to continue those partnerships and that collaboration. And one of the things is, when people ask for funding, we want to see where it's going, first of all, how are you going to use it, and then what's the impact. So you know what happens, especially with our youth. So many fall between the cracks. And if we don't capture them in one program, we now have 4 or 5 different programs, and we're all working together. We spent a lot of time early on early childhood. And both of you all through mentoring and other programs are doing that. So the ask we have, we've asked you all to do things, and you've done that. So we just continue to move in that direction, and hopefully, when we talk about bad outcomes in the state, it's not because our kids didn't have opportunities. Regardless of their zip code, regardless of if they're in the city or in the rural areas, what opportunities, who are we able to bring them in front of to change that lifestyle? Because become productive citizens, get into the workforce. Your testimony with the seniors who have graduated 100%. With emphasis on those who went to the military is very impactful. So just wanted to say that to you all. We're going to do our best to make sure that we can help. But, as the budget says that there are some limitations, there's also some things that we have to pay for on the front end, or we're going to spend a whole lot more on the back end. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boudreaux. Senator Stein for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to sort of echo some of what Senator Boudreaux is saying, before I get to the lovely ladies at the table, I just want to thank Miranda with all the incredible work you do with the Endowment for the Humanities. My office is right there in Sulphur's. We've got Brimstone right down the road from us, and my boys love going there, playing with the trains and all the other fun stuff. But y'all do incredible work in Southwest Louisiana and all throughout the state. So thank you again, Miranda. And for ladies here at Big Brothers Big Sisters, Erin Davison right there in Lake Charles does an incredible job. She was incredible, particularly after all the natural disasters that we've had. And she is someone who is leading our community and rising from the ashes. She's the leader that we look at. And so thank you for your organization, but you've got a great leader there in Southwest Louisiana. Ryan, ladies, thank y'all for all y'all do in Lake Charles. I've had the privilege and opportunity to visit your area right there with the new basketball court, and that was pretty cool to see that day. And then the facilities on the inside are great. So please keep up the great work, and I just want to thank you all for all you do.
Thank you, Senator Stein. The board is clear, so thank you so much for being here today. Oh, Senator Boudreaux.
Thank you. The Louisiana Endowment Humanities, y'all had another presentation. Is that a board member?
Yes, I'm a
Yeah, I would come to the table, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Glad you're here.
I think I am too.
Just introduce yourself for the record.
I am Mimi Moise Schlesinger, originally from Baton Rouge, now live in Metairie. And I would like to say, with LEH, Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities, that we are truly statewide, as Miranda has stated. We even have board representation, not from all 64 parishes, but we do have board representation from just about the entire area of the state. And one of our big push is education. And we've all heard from others today, we need education. I mean, we, the state, maybe some of us personally need more education, but with supporting the LEH, you will also be supporting education statewide, as well as our beautiful culture that we have and our preservation of our culture. Without it, we're not Louisiana, we're not unique, and we're not special. So we do appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Great comments, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Randy Haney, and I'm here as a volunteer and a board member for the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities. It's my pleasure to serve on the board. I think I've served now for the last decade as a board member. And I will tell you, this organization and my family foundation donates to a lot of charitable organizations in the state. This organization really is a backbone throughout the state of Louisiana in a structure that helps our tourism, our culture, our arts, our food, our music, and education, especially in pre-K and our Head Start program. It's one of the organizations that I can honestly say I'm proud to serve on their board and proud of the results that the organization has. All of you have your map in front of you. Did Miranda get to go over it? And I apologize. I had a Zoom call. Ryan made me go handle that for us. But we are just about in every parish of the state now. We have, as y'all see, a few parishes still to reach out to. But we've tried to make sure that the Louisiana Endowment can reach and provide services for every parish in the state of Louisiana. Some of the things we're working on when storms hit Louisiana, a lot of people don't think about the museums, the schools, the archive records that need to be protected immediately. We have response people getting set up to help all of your local museums if their roof is blown off in a storm. We did good work in Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish when they had their storms. So the LEH has a lot of great talent and people on its staff that does great work. So I'm here to support it. I think it's one of the things you could feel proud of supporting in the budget. And I'm sure Miranda went over with you, the state auditor is proud of how their money is spent. They've been audited each year and get an A+ result from their audits. And I just want to thank all of you because I know all the time that many of you volunteer for organizations in your community. And thank you guys for staying so late last night and being here today to wrap this week up.
Thank you, sir. Senator Boudreaux for a question.
Yes, just a couple more comments on this organization. Let me, first of all, Mr. Haney, you're not only on the board, you are now the chair of the board. So we thank you. Yes. And just like so many of us, when you're on a board, it's just not to put on your resume. I know firsthand, every member of that board, and you see the list on the side, personally contribute to the objectives, the goals, and the mission in addition to attending meetings in the whole 9 yards. I have the grants that have come to my area, and I'll close by just saying that we lost Head Start in Lafayette Parish through some federal problems. And this organization stepped up and through Prime Time, they have made a difference. And as we talked about early childhood, again, I'll say, as I said earlier, one size does not fit all. But they've come into our community with Prime Time Head Start and have made a difference. They've invested in the facilities. It's first-class facilities, certified teachers in the whole 9 yards. So I just wanted to thank the board members for your personal, not only time, but your talent and your treasures. And I think the ask on behalf of all 64 parishes is something that we have to find a way to do. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board.
Thank you, Senator Boudreaux, and thank you guys for being here today, and thank you for your good work. We're very proud of your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next group is Pat Van Berkleo. Did I get that right? Pat? All right. And Natalie Jero and Calvin James Catalan. Am I close? Come on. I know there's several of you that at least that will begin with you three. If you'd come to the table this afternoon, welcome to Senate Finance. And if you would introduce yourself for the record in any order that you'd like to go, thank you.
I'm Pat Van Berkleo, and I'm the Executive Director of Feeding Louisiana. And we are the statewide association of the 5 food banks in Louisiana. And we are here today to request $5 million for food purchases for the 5 food banks. These dollars will be spent only for food, no overhead costs, no administrative costs, or any of those kind of things. Y'all understand the problem of hunger in Louisiana. 1 in 4 children are considered food insecure. We have the highest senior hunger in the nation. There's a real need as groceries go higher. When a storm hits and their refrigerator goes out, people are looking for food. And what also this program will do is we would only buy from Louisiana products. And so this is also an economic development thing, and we have 2 farmers here to talk about the program that we had already administered. So if y'all like to Share.
Hi. Bien merci de Créole de Cajun de Acadie. We thank you from the Creole and Cajun farmers of Southwest Louisiana. My husband and I own and run Catalan's Farm out of St. Landry Parish, which is in your district. But I was so hoping that Senator Miguez and Cloud were going to remain in the room because we also service their areas. The funding that this agency is seeking would certainly benefit not only our small farm that is run by just my husband and I without any outside funding at all, but other small farmers in the Region 4. But we'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak. We provide fresh cut, primarily okra, cooked, as well as other produce that has been requested from our vendors and our customers. My husband and I take turns with home delivery, especially to our seniors and veterans that are homebound in our community. We envision producing fresh beef as well from our small ranch that we operate out of Lautelle, Louisiana. We also are deeply concerned about the relinquishing of our reins of our place and other small farms to our young people. I would strongly recommend and ask Senators Miguez and Senator Cloud and Senator Boudreaux to consider adding Future Farmers of America into the high schools, public high schools in your regions. We see less and less farmers coming from the areas where we grew up, and you and I grew up 2 streets away from one another. So we know that there is space to do it, but we need to ask young people to participate when they are young enough and excited enough to do this hard work. We would like to continue to provide our produce throughout this region. We ask that you strongly consider supporting what Feed America is asking you for. These funds hopefully will not only help to feed our people, but also to enhance our production and improving our infrastructure for producing good quality farm-to-table food for the good people of Louisiana. And Catalan Farms thanks you for your time.
Hello, how y'all doing? My name is Calvin. I was one of those kids who didn't have nothing to eat way back then. My father was disabled. Mayonnaise and bread, bro. We ain't had no food stamp back then. So then my father started farming at the same time, mowing yards, digging sweet potatoes, and I seen this. I graduated in '74 from Lafayette High. And as the time went on, I was diagnosed with a pituitary tumor, and so I started doing different things because they didn't want me to operate no heavy equipment. And so I started into farming and it started growing, and I met my wife 10 years ago, and then we got into the cattle, and it just keep on growing, man. It's been a blessing. Some of my neighbors, they're very poor, so I take my tractor and I go plow up an acre for them. So they start planting too. So I'm spreading this out, and Second Harvest is buying all our produce. It's not no bling job, but it's a good thing, and it teach kids to know where the egg come from the chicken and not McDonald's. You know, I mean, it's a real good thing for people that's never been exposed to the country life. Because I'm still learning some things now, because I didn't learn all the things that, you know, we took for granted. We took for granted watching our parents slaughter the pig and the cow, and the freezer stayed full with fresh produce year-round. But today, people run to Walmart and everywhere else for fresh produce. So it's a good thing, and like I said, I'm getting on that tractor, and I'm telling everybody else if they want to do it, jump on the wagon, because they're getting their young grandkids introduced to the farming thing, and it's a good thing, real good thing.
As you can see, this funding is really creating new markets for small farmers that they didn't have. So through our food banks are going out to what are considered low-income farmers or disadvantaged farmers that don't really have a market, may not produce enough to to take it to a grocery store or even a farmer's market, but we, as food banks, can buy that. So we are really creating and helping small farmers. I also have my CEOs from Second Harvest and Central Louisiana here. I do want to point out that we did get a $2.5 million allocation from the state back in '22, and I gave you some information about that we have spent majority of those dollars, and we have served all 64 parishes. So again, our request is to add $5 million into the budget to continue to support small farmers and Louisiana products, so we can give to the food banks to serve their clients. So.
Hi, I'm Jane Wright Velez. I'm with the Food Bank of Central Louisiana and based in Alexandria. And so I wanted to take the story a little further about what happens to the food once we buy it. Our 5 food banks support partner agencies across the state. The majority of these agencies are faith-based organizations that are church food pantries in many cases that are giving out food in their local communities. And so I just wanted to mention a few of those that you guys might recognize from being from your home area. In Senator Womack's area, Breadcrumb Ministries there in Jonesville is supported by our food bank, as well as a mobile pantry distribution at Sicily Island and also in Jonesville. And then, of course, we have one in Faraday and Vidalia. For Senator Cloud's area is Ninth Baptist Church in Ville Platte, as well as organizations in Avoyelles Parish and a mobile pantry in Simsport. Senator Boudreau, Second Harvest supports Gethsemane Church of God in Christ on 12th Street there in Lafayette. They serve almost 1,400 people a month there. Senator Edmonds, St. Alphonse Catholic Church here in Baton Rouge by the Greater Baton Rouge Food Bank on Greenville Springs Road. Senator Fessy, Second Harvest serves Plymouth Rock Baptist Church there in Homa. Senator Fields, Greater Baton Rouge Food Bank serves the Charles Kelly Community Center in your area. For Senator Jackson, Rays of Sunshine on First Street in Monroe serves over 1,000 people monthly. For Senator Maguez's area, Our Lady of Victory Food Pantry in Lauraville, over 1,700 individuals are served each month there. Senator Presley, our Northwest Food Bank serves Common Ground on Southern Avenue there in Shreveport. They have a food pantry and a soup kitchen there that they serve. And so for Senator Stein, Care Help of Sulphur is served there on Thomas Street. And the list goes on. These are only a handful of the almost 1,000 partners that we have across the state that purchases like the ones that we were talking about from our friends, our farmers, that this food goes to all these places. And it's wonderful produce because oftentimes it's harvested the afternoon before and we're able to distribute the next day. So the neighbors that we are serving collectively as the Feeding Louisiana are getting top quality produce that's not being trucked across the country. It's grown right here. And again, it's not only helping them get it fresh, healthy food, it's also economic development for our small farmers in the state. So we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Womack, and thank you, Senators. Thank you for your service. Thank you for having to sit here and make these hard decisions that you're having to make. I was just reflecting that almost every group that came and talked to you today is a partner of a food bank in their community. We feel very privileged to do that. Together, we reach about 600,000 people in our state. The great news about food banks is that 75% of our support comes from private sources. It's the Walmarts and the Winn-Dixies and the other grocery stores that give us the food. It's the volunteers that come and run our warehouses. It's the funding that comes from. But the other 25% is with our partnerships with government, and we're privileged to do that. Here in Louisiana, we have close partnerships with Department of Agriculture and Forestry, Department of Family and Children's Services, the Louisiana Department of Education, the Department of Health, and GOSEP, amongst others. Unfortunately, things are tough. I was listening to the stories, and you've heard this. I know you've heard this post-COVID. A lot of the supports for the people that we serve have gone away. We just released some numbers throughout the country that shows that food insecurity has increased. It was 1 out of 7, now it's 1 out of 6 Louisianans. It was 1 out of 5 children, now it's 1 out of 4 children, and 1 out of 3 children in some of the big urban areas of our state. So unfortunately, the need has gone up, and at the same time, individuals are tired. They've been donating to us for a very long time, so food banks across the country are seeing declining contributions. Some food banks are actually laying off people now. Fortunately, we have not done that, and we could really use your help to keep the level of service up that we're able to provide. We have seen a little bit of a cut in our government TFAT funding, so we're figuring out how we are going to work with that. And we thank you for the support you've given us in past years. Sometimes we've received funding from you. Most recently, we received some funding that was COVID-era funding, CDBG. We have no indication that that money is going to come back to us this year. So this $5 million amendment that we're asking you for would be an incredible, incredible help. And I'll end by saying how proud I am of our partnership with Louisiana farmers. And a huge thank you to Angela and Calvin for coming to us today. This shows how food banks can work in communities to build stronger, more resilient communities. We're always looking for partnerships. I gave out my card to several people here today to see what more we can do to help. So if you all in your areas have things that you need us to do for you, please reach out to us. Thank you so much for your consideration.
I do know that of course, I sit on ag and from a rural community and can relate to a lot of things that I've heard here just as I've walked in. I know from a federal level, you know, USDA stood up a lot of our local farmers market and has been a huge hit. And I think that's working, you know, to help some of our smaller farmers to have produce to bring, and people start looking forward to that Thursday that they're open or whatever. I know in my area it's a huge success.
Thank you. We're
from that.
pleased.
Yeah. We hear a lot, and you know, of course, with social media, they're posting that, so it's even grown more of people being able to bring their, you know, it doesn't take a 40-acre farm to have enough produce to really make a difference on a Thursday or a Monday or whenever the local farmer market is open, you know. So, Senator Boudreaux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Ms. Angela, Mr. Calvin from back home, and we are, as we say, we both homegrown from Macomb, and for what all you are doing. Mr. Pat, on the request, so I'm not clear in that component of it. So the request is coming on the second harvest?
No, it's really for Feeding Louisiana. We're requesting $5 million that we would disperse to all the 5 food banks based on what we consider a goal factor, which is really a number that we come up with based on poverty and food insecurity. So it would flow through us. And so like Natalie in Second Harvest is about 52% of the state, so she would get 52% of that. Jane's about
10%.
10 or 13%, and so we would divide that up. We would manage those dollars, and I actually brought all our files. Every time they spend something, they have to send an invoice to me and a canceled check, so we keep track of all of those kind of things. That's how you can see on the thing that I passed out that we talk about how many pounds they bought and where they purchased it and what parishes they're going to. I will want to say that real quick that we consider that 1.2 pounds of food is really considered a meal. So with this $2.5 million that we received 2 years ago, we had over 5 million meals, which is about 14,000 meals a day that it was created by buying local produce in Louisiana with the dollars that we had.
And just so part of the ask is, and in the case of the catalogs, part of this is the outreach that you're doing to minority farmers, that they would be a part of this. And then the $5 million is this is the first time that request has come?
Well, we got $2.5 million in 22.
23, any funding from the state?
Yes.
You were?
No, we didn't receive any line allocations.
In 23?
really what happened, we came before the House Committee, and we had just gotten the CBG money, which is $6.5 million that we got. And the representative said, well, you got that money, so we're not going to put you in the budget. Again, we're not getting that money again. So we really are going to have if y'all fund us at $5 million, we're really going to have a $1.5 million deficit on food purchases next year because that CBG's money is not coming to us.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to connect the dots on, and I remember that conversation, that there was some additional dollars, and you all did that, so the $5 million. Okay, that clears it up for me. And thank you for the inclusion and the outreach.
Yeah, we're just so fortunate to have great leaders in the state, and really we couldn't do this without all the volunteers and the churches and the community centers, and it really is a village and a community and a city, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger to try to feed the need in Louisiana. So we appreciate y'all's opportunity and consideration of $5 million to buy local produce to get to people who need us the most.
Okay, Senator Fields.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you all for what you do, not only in just all across the state. It's so important, and that outreach is so important because there are a lot of urban communities that are food deserts, and they can't even buy fresh produce. So it's so important that you do what you're doing. And I really wanted to make a comment about Kevin. You and your wife, y'all are just y'all are just God sent, and we thank y'all for all of that outreach. And I was talking to Senator Boudreaux over the years, and he often tell me, Mr. Kevin, about couchon de lait. And for you to sit at this table and talk about a mayo sandwich, I keep telling him, I was so poor, I had that mayo sandwich just like you. And that's exactly right. But look, we appreciate people like you, helping the community. And
say one more thing, each little family get a couple of chickens. Man, they have their egg and cheese sandwich in the morning. They don't have to go to McDonald's. Believe me. Just put it in a little black pot. Done. Protein.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah. Good deal. We thank y'all for coming in and for all the work that you do across our state and the passion you have for it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Natalie J-Rowe. That was you, okay. I'm just Randall, and I'm coming in late. Janet, right? We good. We good.
Thank you.
Okay, Teach for America. Laura Vincent, Jerron Tatum. I had one more. I'm sorry, Chelsea Jackson. I'm sorry, that was Grow the Good. Yeah, if you would, well, there's room, but if you would.
Yeah, we can scoot. And then there should be one more card for Teach for America.
Adam Knapp. I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the Finance Committee. Chelsea Jackson. We do have some folders being passed out now.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So I'm here today representing Market Umbrella, the operator of the Grow the Good program. Grow the Good stands as Louisiana's statewide nutrition incentive program, dedicated to fostering local economies by encouraging the expenditure of food benefit dollars within communities. Today I'm here alone, but that is because on Monday we brought the farmers and the market to the Capitol. I hope that you guys heard the buzz about that event. We had 6 vendors representing our 13 partners across Louisiana, which are 11 farmers markets and 2 direct marketing farmers. These partners operate across our state in Alexandria, Boyce, Bastrop, Baton Rouge, Destrehan, Greensburg, Hammond, Lafayette, Luling, New Orleans, Shreveport, and Slidell. As of December, our program has made a significant impact in Louisiana, impacting 52 of the 64 parishes and facilitating over 13,000 transactions. Moreover, Grow the Good is actively engaged with over 30 eligible entities, providing essential technical assistance to bolster the expansion of farm direct food benefit acceptance, and new entities offering nutrition incentives. Our initiative allows producers and vendors to retain 100% of the dollars spent and matched, while simultaneously enhancing the availability, accessibility, and affordability of fresh, healthy food for Louisiana families. Together, we're cultivating a healthier state, more sustainable future of our local food system. We ask for your continued support to be good for farmers, good for families, but most importantly, simply good for Louisiana. I would like to thank Chairman McFarland because we are included in the supplemental at $1 million. Also, Senator Boudreaux for last year's appropriation. Also have a few more data points for you guys. Grow the Good currently serves approximately 70 produce producers within our network, and then another 230 other local food producers and farmers. So the program in a very short period of time has grown, but I do not want our 13 partners number to sound low when you think of the network of farmers and local agriculturists that we are providing assistance to and are having the revenue increase. But also the support that we're providing to local, rural, and also urban communities, fostering the connection between families and food. Thank you.
Thank you. I know y'all have done good work and doing good work. As we go through the process, we'll definitely be looking at this. I've heard, let me just say some on the House side speak well of this, and we know it has some positive effects. Sure do. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator Boudreaux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stepped out for a minute, and I'm not going to ask you to do it all over again, but I do know, what was the first year that you all received funding?
So our first year of funding was in 2022.
22. You all were at the Capitol a couple weeks ago.
On Monday.
Yeah, it seemed like a year ago. Yeah, it was just this week, huh? And I'm telling you, the line was around the corner. Everybody, and I remember when you all came originally for the funding and talked about what you all were going to do, and you all have done that. You're in the bill currently, is that correct?
Yes, we are currently in the supplement at $1 million.
At $1 million, okay. We'll continue to talk some more, but thank you all for what you have done, and it's been 2 years of funding, and you've demonstrated that it makes an impact on, as you said, everyone. And I just wanted to, like I said, I don't want you to do your presentation. I'll watch the tape, but we're proud of what you all have been to deliver, and another great investment on the legislature's part to make sure that our folks have what you all are doing, and we just appreciate y'all being here. I know it's been a long day, and it probably goes something we should have said at the onset. Y'all have been sitting here like the last few. Some came early and some came late, and y'all have been here, which means on a Friday, y'all have taken off and been with us, and I say thank you on behalf of our committee.
Thank you, Senator Boudreaux. And I would just like to add one thing about this program. It's been a short period of time, and I think we don't always like to call ourselves a new program because of the growth. But that growth is really determined by our funding.
That's correct.
We have a long list, and even at that market, I was handing out business cards. I think everyone has a farmer's market or a farmer that is interested in this program. And so we will grow and expand as much as possible with the funding that we're allocated. But this $1 million allocation, if it stands, will be the biggest allocation that we have received thus far.
Great. More awareness, more education comes more money. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good return on investment, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Vincent and Mr. Tatum.
Yes,
all
sir.
right?
Yes, sir. Jerron Tatum. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jerron Tatum. I'm the Executive Director of Teach for America Greater New Orleans, and I am joined by my colleague, Laura Vincent, who is the Executive Director of our Greater Baton Rouge region of Teach for America. And so we're here today to talk to you about Teach for America, the impact we've had across the state, and also to advocate for the funding that is necessary in order for us to continue the growth necessary to have an impact on students. So Teach for America is a 501c3 organization that focuses on supporting and developing new teachers and supporting students across our respective regions. We have been in operation for a little over 33 years, since 1990. And we have recruited and placed well over 3,000 teachers across the entire state. We have teachers and alumni that are still serving in classrooms and as leaders in northern Louisiana, but we operate and recruit brand new teachers in the Greater Baton Rouge and Greater New Orleans region currently. We are currently listed at $250,000 in the budget, which is a 50% cut to the funding that we've received in the past several years, which is $500,000. And so we want to share a little bit about the impact that our program has on underserviced areas and school systems through a couple of different programs that we have in existence right now. So we recruit and train new teachers from across the entire country to come and serve at schools in both of our respective regions. They commit to teaching for 2 years, and many of them, because of the impact that their students and their communities have had on them, continue to serve and teach beyond just the 2-year commitment that they've made. If they go, and once they complete their 2-year commitment, they move on to become a part of our alumni network. And we also provide support and development for our alumni network. Our hope in that recruitment of bringing all of those teachers to the state is that that investment will continue to grow, and they become leaders across school system, they become leaders across state agencies, they become elected officials, and their desire to continue to see the growth in education and in students continues beyond just their core experience. Right now, with our programs, both in recruiting teachers, serving our alumni network, we've launched our Ignite high-dosage tutoring program, which we've seen significant impact, especially post-COVID, considering all the research that supports high-dosage tutoring being a way for us to see growth, especially in communities that are underserved. And not only is that adding to the student achievement, it is also giving us a viable pipeline to bring more teachers into the state. The LDOE most recent report named that we had over 1,200 vacancies in classrooms across the state. And without this critical funding, it prevents us with being able to expand our recruitment and bringing more and more teachers into the state to teach in the areas that we serve. So I'm going to pass it over to Laura to talk a little bit more about both the need that's necessary, but also what our ask is of you, considering where we currently stand in the budget.
Thank you, Jerron. Again, Laura Vincent, Executive Director of Teach for America in Greater Baton Rouge and former educator. I would just echo what Jerron has offered and say that we are fielding calls from schools, from school districts, from principals who really want to hire Teach for America core members. Our program is expanding across all of our lines of impact, including the core member program that Jerron was just describing. We're set to bring in more core members to begin that 2-year commitment than was true last summer. So as we see an increase in interest in joining Teach for America, as we look at the number of vacancies that we know exist across our state, as we field those calls from schools and school systems themselves, to think about a cut of half of the funding that we have received for the past several years just it's hard to imagine, quite honestly, what that would mean for our recruitment and retention efforts of our educators. So our request is simply to move us into the $500,000 that we've received for the past several years. That would help us maintain the momentum that I was just describing. And then, of course, this amount represents about 8% of our total operating budget, so the 92% is raised through private donations in the communities that we serve. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions, but hope that you will consider our request.
Okay, and what was that request again? 500?
Yes, right now we're slated at 250,000. We're asking to be put level to last year, which would be at 500,000.
Okay, all right. So Senator Boudreaux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and thank you for your work. I've received a number of calls about the impact, and you hit it on the head. We have a critical shortage of teachers. I guess one question that I would like is if you can give us some success stories. I mean, let's look at the last 2 years, for instance. How many have you all been able to place in school districts throughout the state of Louisiana? And if you don't have it today, if you could send it, or if you have a ballpark. I was just trying to get my arms around the critical role that this organization plays, and I'll let you answer while you're getting that together. I know the previous couple of years has been 500,000. The bill now stands that came from the House has 250. And to repeat what you just answered with Senator Womack, is to close the gap. The additional 250 would get you back to 500,000. So again, my question is, what's the impact? How many have you all been able to land in school districts throughout? And without that funding, I mean, I know you said it's 8% of the budget, but what doesn't get done?
Yeah, we have continued to see growth over the past 2 years in our core members. So teaching core from the past 3 years, we had 91 teachers across first and second years because we are a 2-year program, so our full teaching core was 91. The year after that was 124. The year after that was 155. And so we are slated to see an even greater increase in that. We've just finished our final deadline of recruitment, and so we will be above that 155 in our full teaching core across both regions. And so the funding helps us continue to grow. Without the funding, we would remain flat and potentially decline, is essentially what would happen if we didn't get the additional.
I mean, that puts it in perspective. I mean, you're talking, let's round it off, and I wasn't good in math, but 150 that we put into the market with a $500,000 investment on the part of the state when we have such a shortage throughout, that answers it. And I look forward to supporting getting that back to the $500,000 level, and thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. And just to add one note to that, it also supports the retention of our alumni who have continued beyond that 2-year commitment. And so the professional development that we offer them, the coaching, the fellowships that enables them to stay in Louisiana, that's our goal. We bring them to the state. We're talent importers. We want them to remain working in classrooms here. And so some of our funding also goes to those supports.
Especially if they find a husband or a wife here and then start a family. We hit that economy. Thank y'all.
And be part of the strategy.
It is.
Okay, thank you. Senator Fields?
Now, just real quickly, I mean, I've seen firsthand what you all have done and what you do. But what is the percentage of folk that actually stay beyond the 2 years? Do you have that number?
Yeah, so across our regions, it typically rests between 70 and 75% that continue to teach beyond their 2-year commitment. What I can say specific to Greater New Orleans, and potentially Laura has the same number, but for the New Orleans region, of our alums, on average, they have 9 years of experience. So that 2 years opens the door for us to retain them for a significant amount of time beyond. And many of them stay in the classroom, but they also go on to be the school leaders. So as a full charter system in New Orleans, 142 of the leaders across all of those networks are of CEOs, CAOs, but also the school leaders and assistant principals, and any instructional leadership are also Teach for America alums.
Yeah, I mean, at a time where teacher shortage is at an all-time high nationwide, I just think $500,000 is a drop in a bucket, quite frankly. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fields. Senator Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate the work that you're doing in schools. My question's more on the location of the teachers. Greater New Orleans, Greater Baton Rouge. What parishes specifically? Are we talking just the urban core, or there are rural aspects of our state that are also benefiting from having Teach for America teachers there?
So you have alumni that are serving in more than 31 parishes. When we think about the core member placement, those core members are concentrated in Greater Baton Rouge, East Louisiana, Point Capee, and Donaldsonville.
Okay.
And then in Greater New Orleans, you want to speak to the placement?
Yeah, in New Orleans, we are in St. Bernard Parish, in Jefferson Parish, and Orleans Parish.
Okay. Very good. I was just trying to figure out what Greater Baton Rouge is. I think the Supreme Court currently is saying that includes Shreveport, but evidently
and
not.
Senator Presley,
totally.
you have about 15 Teach for America alumni that continue to lead in the Shreveport area.
Very good.
But yes, our concentration of teachers is concentrated in
And
those
then
two regions.
the dollars themselves that we're allocating that y'all fundraise for as well, that's really going for the training, the recruitment efforts. Right. The actual core members and the alums are being obviously paid by the school systems that they're teaching in, correct?
Yes.
That's right. And importantly, because we brought up our high dosage tutoring program, the dollars that we're asking for this $500,000 are not going towards that high dosage tutoring program. We know that there's a lot of work happening to fund high dosage tutoring statewide. This is specific to the core member retention and educator retention program.
Would y'all be eligible for that high dosage tutoring dollars
Yes,
as well?
we would be eligible.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess along the same line as Senator Presley, some of the rural areas and impoverished areas across the state, especially in the Delta, trying to work towards something to help that area as well. I know you got your consolidate, your New Orleans, your Baton Rouge, but kind of what statewide we could be looking at and to help the situation with the teachers.
Yes, sir. I think for this consideration, we're often asked, how do we expand? How do we determine which rural communities where we would move into? We would love to be supporting more districts statewide. That will take more of an increase for state dollars. And so just an important piece of context, for the states that fund Teach for America, Louisiana is funding us at one of the lowest levels. And so we are grateful for the support if we're able to secure that $500,000. For us to think about expansion would just require more state funding. And so we would look forward to having that conversation if you all would be willing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate
what you do, and we'll definitely have it on the list.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Frankie Robertson with the March of Dimes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Womack, and I actually have two colleagues here. We're going to be presenting together today.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman Womack and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Good morning. Well, no, good afternoon, yes. My name is Frankie Robertson, and I'm here today representing the March of Dimes, Reproductive Health Impact, the Institute of Women and Ethnic Studies, and Standing in Support with Birthmark. And I'm here with my colleagues at the table this morning as we present a short list of omnibus bills that require funding from Senate Finance to support healthy moms and babies. Intentional and targeted work to improve maternal and infant health is more important than ever, as our nation is in the midst of a dire maternal and infant health crisis. Rates of premature birth are increasing. Louisiana has one of the nation's highest maternal and infant death rates, and there are unacceptable disparities in birth outcomes between women and infants of color and our white peers. Furthermore, our state is overwhelmed with maternity care deserts, with nearly 1/3 of our state having no access to maternity care services. Many of these areas include constituents of Chairman Womack's parishes. There are 6 parishes in your district, sir, that are declared maternity care deserts. There's also 2 parishes in Senator Cloud's parishes, 1 in Senator Boudreaux's parishes, 2 of Senator Edmondson's parishes, 3 of Senator Jackson Andrews's parishes, and 1 of Senator Miguez's parishes. By improving the health of women before, during, and between pregnancies, we are guaranteeing improved outcomes for both them, the mothers, and their infants. My colleagues and I today sit here before you to bring forth various life-saving opportunities to address our state's very complex and dire maternal and infant death crisis. I'm speaking today as a part of our group, specifically on I'm speaking today on the dire need for budget appropriations, for Senate Bill 142, providing Medicaid coverage for doula support services, and House Bill 489, providing increased access to lactation resources for critically ill babies born prematurely in the NICU, and access to life-saving modern technology, remote patient monitoring. Both bills bring forth evidence-based practices that are absolutely necessary in areas that are deemed maternity care deserts. These are the areas that need it the most. March of Dimes supports increased doula access as one tool to help improve birth outcomes and reduce the higher rates of maternal injury and death among women of color. Studies suggest that increased access to doula care, especially in underserved communities, can improve a range of health outcomes for mothers and babies, lower healthcare costs, reduce C-sections, and help improve communication between low-income, racial, ethnically diverse pregnant women and their healthcare providers. The role of doula care in reducing C-sections is also important because C-sections contribute to the risk of maternal death and injury and in initial and subsequent pregnancies. Lastly, studies also show that doulas reduce preterm births, which cost on average $58,000 per birth. I speak today from experience as my child's NICU patient ledger reflects this as well. When we factor this cost alone to the state, it costs nearly $476 million annually just on preterm births alone. In closing, by investing in these bills that you'll hear from each of us today, the state will save hundreds of millions of dollars annually and draw down nearly $7 million in federal funds by budgeting only $386,000 for Senate Bill 142 to allow Medicaid to cover doula services and only the cost of $2.2 million for House Bill 489 for communities, especially rural communities, to have access to remote patient monitoring during and after pregnancy. And we sit here humbly today asking, how much is too much to save the life of a mom and a baby in your districts? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Susan East Nelson, I'm the Executive Director of the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families. And I, too, have a lot of numbers to offer for you today on home visiting, which is one of the other core components of this bill, to have Medicaid pay for home visiting supports. My colleague here, Frankie Robertson, mentioned some statistics, but I have a study here from Dr. Jim Richardson, who just did on the state of Louisiana, about reducing the cost to the state for postpartum depression, and he pegs just the first year of costs to the state at $161 million. And all we're asking for is $7.9 million to save that money by having these programs and these interventions that can really help make a difference in postpartum depression. One study puts evidence-based home visiting programs at reducing the number of children in DCFF's care at 10%, taking 10% of the children out of the child welfare system. If we just spent this money is equal to taking 263 children out of the child welfare system in Louisiana, which is 3.7%. So we could actually save more. And DCFS money is money we have to spend. We don't get the choice. Whereas here, if we could do it up front, we can save the money on the back end. I think the numbers are compelling. We know that this will draw down exceptional federal funds. I've given you guys a chart about the number of federal dollars that we draw down. We have reams and reams of evidence on the number of dollars it will save our state, but I'd like to share a personal story. 18 years ago today, I lost my baby. And I carry that with me every day. And there was no one with me when that happened because I wasn't expecting it. My husband went off to play golf. It was a Sunday afternoon. There was no one there. And my heart breaks for any mom today with all the resources that we have and with all the data that we have that they would be alone too. Because I think these programs, had they been in place or had the resources been in the community when I lost my baby, it would have been a life-changing difference for me. And I wasn't blessed with any more children after that, but I think that all of the children of Louisiana are on my heart. And I think if we can do this for them and we can do this for the moms, we can have some better outcomes for our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for staying late today. Jeannie Donovan, Deputy Director over Policy at the New Orleans Health Department. As you heard, we're part of a broad coalition of maternal and infant health experts, advocates, and practitioners here to speak to you about a package of bills that would improve maternal and infant health outcomes in our state. And I know many of you know that we rank at the bottom of most measures of maternal and infant health outcomes. These bills, most of them, not all, require state appropriation, and which is why I'm here to testify on HB 1. If funded, the bills that require state appropriation would draw down 2 to 3 times more in federal healthcare dollars that would go to healthcare practitioners in your districts across the state. Specifically, I'd like to talk to you about Senate Bill 135, which passed out of Senate Health and Welfare unanimously. So Senator Boudreaux, Senator Presley, Senator Cloud have already heard my plea on this, but I do have some additional numbers related to that bill that I'd like to share today. So Senate Bill 135 would fix a glitch, what I call a glitch in our current Medicaid eligibility policy that causes 8,000 women, and you have the numbers for your district in front of you, 15% of all births in the state to lose coverage immediately after they deliver the baby. They're covered by Medicaid during their pregnancy, or they have coverage, and then they lose it. And we know that this is a very vulnerable time for moms. Over 3/4 of maternal deaths occur in the 1-year postpartum period. So in the note for the bill, it costs the state $3,500 a year to cover a mom, and that's inclusive of federal funds. So it's about $1,000 in state general fund to provide health insurance coverage for a full year to a mom, to this 8,000, to one in the group of 8,000. For one preventable hospital readmission after delivery, a local hospital has a mean of $10,000. So if we can prevent that mom from being readmitted once, it's a tenth of that $10,000 to provide her coverage for a year. And so I think we're foolish if we don't provide that 12 full months of coverage to make sure that mom has access to family planning, to postpartum depression services, to the addiction services we heard earlier today, to mental health coverage, and just really to clinical care, to keep her out of the hospital. That we can really save money and save lives if we fund this bill. And this bill is pending in your committee, and I'm here today on HB 1 because it needs an appropriation in the budget in order to move forward. So I encourage you to fund all 4 bills that we've talked about today because they're not redundant. They all are needed to move the needle to get us off the bottom of the rankings. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Boudreaux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank y'all for being here today. And as I said earlier, some got to speak at 9 this morning. You all have been sitting patiently. I want to commend you all for coming together. I think, as you said, I heard the bills in health and welfare. Having served on health and welfare the last 8 years, we've talked about these maternal issues. I think what you all have done today, solidifying the package, has brought it to another level. Our outcomes are terrible, and we've heard that. But you all have sat and noticed that we can just do so much with the budget. But to prioritize these 4 bills, and after reading the notes again, we have an opportunity to move the needle. We really do. And there are a lot of other bills out there, but to come today as a package, and Dr. Nelson, for your story, our prayers are with you. Hearts full because you've experienced it. But I would ask you all to email this information. Finance is one committee, but to all the members of the legislature so that they can continue to see it. Some of these we will be able to hopefully take care of, but there's just so much more out there, and we're all married on this end. Listen, what we're talking about is very sensitive when it comes to our females in this state, and I can't say that I know how you feel, because I can't. But I do feel the pain, and I do know that we have to do something differently, because if we don't, it's not going to get any better. It's not going to get any better. But I'll close by just saying I want to just thank you all for your advocacy. I want to thank you for continuing to make this a priority over and over and over. Ms. Frankie has, I think she's at every one of our meetings, and I didn't know what doulas were until this bill came up. I know a little bit more about it. And then when you talk about 8,000, that's a large number. We can do better than that, and I know we will. So thank y'all for packaging this today and to highlighting for $7.9 million in state general fund, we will be able to draw down $22.6 million that will impact the lives of mothers throughout this state moving forward. And that while we can't solve all of the problems, what we have in front of us gives us an opportunity to address some of these today, tomorrow, and before we leave this session. So thank y'all, ladies, for your advocacy, your outreach, and for the education that you're providing for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Boudreaux. And I know I've spoken to y'all. Y'all come through my office and expressed your concerns and your passion, desire, and the need. So I hear you loud and clear of what you're trying to do and what you're willing to do in the area that you work. So thank you for coming in, your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe it's down to Marcus Thomas with Association of Educators. And we have Larry J. Carter, Jr., Louisiana Federation of Teachers and School Employees. I think this is a caboose. Sorry about that, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, I think we've gotten on to the caboose. You see the room is empty because I think everybody just agreed that all the money should go to the teachers and support professionals. So, Marcus Thomas, Louisiana Association of Educators, Director of Government Relations. Our teachers and support professionals deserve a permanent pay raise and should be paid at least the southern regional average of pay. But we all know it's too late to, reject the MFP and send it back to Bessie and include permanent pay raises. So the reality becomes stipend pay at this point. In the governor's executive budget, he had $196 million set for stipends for teachers and support professionals of $2,000 and $1,000 respectively. On the House side, that budget was cut to $126 million, and we worked with Chairman McFarland and Vice Chairman Hughes, along with members of the House, and was able to restore it to $166 million on the House floor. We're asking you to please restore the remaining $30 million to the funding back to its original $196 million to pay the full stipends as put in the governor's executive budget. Our national ranking has been in the high 40s for the longest. We were at 48th. Now we're at 40th in the nation for the first time, and we're knocking on the door of the 30s. So we are in a crisis right now. We're 1,000 teachers short, but our teachers are performing. So let's fully fund the stipends and continue to fund public education as we know it in order to retain our proven and effective educators who educate every single child who walks through their doors. And let's make public education in Louisiana attractive so we can recruit the educators of the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Larry Carter, President of the Louisiana Federation of Teachers, where I represent 18,000 members here in the state of Louisiana and probably 28 different parishes. Teachers in Louisiana are underpaid. The average salary in our state is about $2,500 below the Southern Regional average and $12,500 below the national average. Persistently low pay is a major reason why our schools are struggling to recruit and retain certified and highly qualified teachers, which in turn hurts our students. In the last days of the 23 legislative session, permanent pay raises for teachers and support staff were turned into one-time stipends. Resolutions were passed in both chambers affirming the intent to include the increase in funding within the MFP formula for the 24-25 fiscal year and beyond. Instead, Bessie in the House of Representatives prioritized differential pay, another stipend, high dosage tutoring, an inflationary operational cost increase for districts, and money for apprenticeships and internships as permanent expenditures in the funding formula. The Revenue Estimating Conference acknowledged an additional $89 million in recurring revenue last week. When I visit with teachers and school employees, I'm asked, why is a permanent raise for teachers and support staff not on the table? Since more money has been recognized and available, I respond by saying we will petition the legislature for state funding for permanent pay raises. This year, we were promised, or teachers were promised, a one-time $2,000 pay stipend, and support staff were promised a one-time $1,000 pay stipend. Currently, $30 million needs to be restored to the budget to make that a reality. The stipend in the budget is currently less than what they received last session. We respectfully ask that you reinstate the $30 million back into the budget to keep that promise. Thank you, and I appreciate your attention to this matter.
Okay, thank y'all. Senator Boudreaux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Carter, Mr. Thomas. Thank y'all for being here. Listen, we talk about education a lot. It's important, the entire spectrum. I commend the governor. They came in and in his proposed executive budget, those stipends, which came out as a result of the formula and everything, was in the budget at the full amount. As we said earlier in this hearing, the House made some adjustments, and it's incumbent upon us to look at those. I am one, and I'll speak for myself, I don't want to go back on what we promised the teachers when the permanent raise was not on the table. To go back for anything short of $2,000, I have a lot of heartburn with. You talk about the number of vacancies and you talk about some other things. I want us to follow the lead of the governor, and as he put in his executive budget, fund the stipend. When we look at the formula for this next year, we'll deal with that. But we're going back on our word of 2,000, and I'm not comfortable with it. I don't know anyone on this committee who is. It's something that we have to look at, we have to do. But I don't want to send a bad message out there. I think we have enough of those already when it comes to public education. We made a commitment, and that's what we said we would do. Now we have to restore it. The House did what the House did, what they wanted to do with what funds were available. As you said, Mr. Carter, the Revenue Estimating Conference recognized $89 million. For me, one of the first things we need to do is make whole those promises of the past. Public education has gone through enough. Our teachers have stayed in the classrooms. Other states are talking about boycotting and picketing. Haven't heard it in Louisiana because I think we can, as grown adults, we can work things out. But I would hope that we would adhere to our commitment to our teachers. Because once we lose our word, we have nothing. And these are the people that we invest our young ones with every day. So I want to give you all some support. I want to give you some encouragement. I want to give you some hope. When you're talking to teachers, that most of us in the legislature hear it loud and clear. that we have a commitment. And I hope before we leave this session, we'll be able to honor our commitment. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boudreaux. And I think, I'm not going to speak for the committee, but that's been something that we all work on consistently, and we realize the need in our K through 12. And while we acknowledge the fact that we are moving, we're down from 46 to 40. That's telling us we're doing something right. But we also gotta have teachers, and it's a struggle in our rural communities as well as a statewide. It's a struggle when you put local and economy and try to come up with those dollars that's needed, and different ways to hold teachers, and everything from a 4-day school week to anything else with the families and jobs. So we hear it loud and clear, and it is a concern. It's not something that, I mean, it's more than just barbershop talk. We talk about these things because we know there's a problem. It's just trying to put it in the mix and be able to maintain a balanced budget, I guess you'd say, at the end of the day. So thank y'all for what you do. Thank you for the testimony, and we realize that everything you said is on spot on, you know, as far as where we need to be. It's just how to get there, the logistics part of it. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee members. We appreciate it.
I heard a motion to adjourn. Anybody got a problem with that? And I got a second. Thank y'all.